with like a Porsche that was Porsche 993. That it's a 911, but the specific model name is 993. It's the 1995 version. And the reason is that it's this version is because 1995 was my birth year. So, and I really like the design. It has the dogtail, and the headlights are rounded off, but still modern, you know. And then of course it has all the good, all the 911 goodness, but also because it fits into this specific class. You know, I'm just doing this intro like you're finding this in the future, and maybe as the second episode. The last episode is going to be in a playlist as well as this one on my channel. It's going to be called Gradually Tuning. I don't know if it's going to be more than just this car right now, for like, you know, just going on and taking it, and you know, but like we will do this maybe in the future as well. But right now I'm pretty well off doing these this class, because it's a real beast compared to when it started. When it started, it wasn't. I'm of course gonna start with like a lap of the Nürburgring, because it's the best test track in the world. There's a reason why so many motorsports companies, you know, have their base here. But I reached 260 in like a slight drizzle in the, you know, the right after the straight, you know, the down the hill and the corner. Just kept the foot planted. It was so good. This car is so awesome right now. And by the way, I rewatched Physics of Racing. I will put the link in the description, but I will also put the link in the top of the chat. In a little bit, you know, I like to just get going and get because I just watched Auto Addiction, and you could really see the difference. I really noticed the difference a lot between the different cars, and you know, and how they took. He stands in the same corner every time, so it's fairly consistent. And there's like hundreds and hundreds of clips. So it gives us something at least to compare this to. But that's enough talking for now. I put my phone on Do Not Disturb mode yesterday, and I forgot to turn it on this morning and missed a call. So luckily it wasn't like anything like life or death or anything, but it was I missed like 3 calls. And then I had my mom knocking on my door. So yeah, that's she came by. The reason why she comes by after, you know, I have a wire right on my foot, one of my chargers. I need to let's get on with it this time, you know. Just take the tickling as it comes. Hey, 555.5 we just passed, but 555 kilometers, test kilometers in this thing. And I'm not even done yet. I haven't even touched the engine. I forgot to mention that in the start. I haven't touched the engine yet at all. And it's already going from like being like consistently in the bottom to consistently and like well in the top. See this thing right here is no problem. Let's see if we can keep it above 200. Yes, above 200 through there. That's pretty good for a road car on road tires. I'm not on slick tires, by the way. Hey, it's David. Always think of David when I see that car. It's all the same NPCs and all the same cars, just in a slightly different order, because the AI is not perfect with the weather as well. I got dunked pretty hard by an NPC. You know, total racing incident, you know, but I got dunked totally hard on the side, got pit maneuvered slightly and did a 360. It was also the lap where I reached like 260 down the hill, so I made sure to press share on that one. That will be on the channel very shortly. You know, just as a thing to get a little, you know, maybe I could do the hashtag shorts for the just for the spin, you know, duplicate the file and take out the spin on one of them and then upload that. I think that would be a pretty good clip, you know, 360 in the rain in a road car. I mean, it's not too bad. Plus the whole lap. Like if you want to see the whole, like, be like in the description. I'm not saying if you want to see the whole lap now. It's not uploaded quite yet. I don't know when it will be uploaded. But be like in the description if you want to see the whole lap and see me tuning this car, and you know, if you think you can do this better than me, disclaimer: I'm using traction control. If you think you can do this better than me, then 650 or less. You can use any car, whatever you want. I don't care, as long as it's for 650 or less. When it's like this car I'm using right now. It doesn't have to be a Porsche 911, even though it's this class. But it has to be on the Nürburgring, because that's the track I'm using, you know, for testing. And it's the, or maybe Spa, or maybe we could just totally, you know, just decide a track on the day. But I don't want to be like weirdly competitive about it. I want it to be fun. Shit. But look how stable that is. It's starting to rain. I haven't even like any downforce on the front, you know, other than the normal splitter. So but I got some better suspension yesterday. I haven't touched the settings on the suspension yet, because I had to rewatch that video, Physics of Racing. Just to see it one more time, you know. It's a lecture. It's 1.5 hour long, and it covers the, as you can see, physics of racing. But don't worry, it's not like a boring physics lecture. It's actually quite funny. I didn't mention that yesterday at all because I couldn't really remember all the funniness. I was more like, oh yeah, that's a good lot of good information, and it's a guy who has some students. I'm not quite sure if he's like, at least he was a teacher on a university level, but he has his own company at least now. But like less than a minute in, I looked at the time when he showed his car at first, and it's quite the beast. More of the beast that I remember, because I remembered the previous version before he had an incident with an angle grinder and some carbon fiber parts, but he explains it much better, and it's 2 minutes in, so, you know, I would recommend watch that when I get that in the description. And I will definitely, you know, I will keep referring to that like forever. I think that lecture will be the secret sauce to this, because he explains it's not only to students, physics students, but also other racing enthusiasts, and he's really enthusiastic, and he's really in the spirit of like kind of the racing in kind of classes that is very much in the spirit of this, you know. You take your, not your daily driver, but you have a car that you tune and work on, and then you drive it to a hill climb, you know, and maybe do some autocross or something, and then, you know, here in Gran Turismo we have the opportunity to totally tune up a Porsche 911 to whatever we want and give it nitrous and whatever. But it everything that I like apply from that thing works in Gran Turismo. And he says there's no substitute for getting out there and, you know, tuning your car and trying it out yourself. So I'm gonna say the same thing. There's no substitute for getting in the game, getting the car that you like. You know, don't worry about, you know, when multiplayer gets going, we will like do some like specifically we will have the 650 or less class. I think I will keep that as a popular one because it's going to be a long-lasting one, and I quite like this class. And I think this car will be very well balanced, you know. It doesn't need nitros and it doesn't need like carbon brakes or something. We can save all that for all the crazy cars and, you know, all those kinds of things. Say 250 in the rain. It's not like it's super dry. You can see how wet it is, or the traction budget meter. That's another thing he talked about, like traction budget. That's the first topic. Tires and traction budget. So it's only like 10 minutes in. But it's about how much your tires can take, and the more slippery the ground gets, the less budget you have. I'll be going into that more in detail. But that was fairly good. But you can see here, it's like, I'm not gonna display the car names because it's in the way. I can point out what kind of Porsche it is, if it is, like, at least in this replay right now. Because what you want to look at is the speedometer. That's what we're really interested in. Look at the speed throughout the corners and how much speed we can maintain in the corners. Cornering speed is like the epitome of, you know, racing. Formula 1 is built for very high cornering speed, but not like amazing top speed. It's not like they can go 400 kilometers an hour and go like maybe 340 or something, 350 on a good day. But they also don't race around the Nürburgring, you know, with the long straights, or even Le Mans with the long straights, you know. So what they get up to is around, I mean, if on a very good day and if the wind is very good and you're in the right car with the right driver, you might be able to reach like, you know, 350. But that's a tall order. Maybe in the 2022 cars, maybe. But you can see it's like crazy. But what we're really interested in is like the top speed on the straight, because what we're going to do now is the we're going to just peel off some of the weight, and then we're going to do another lap and see what that does to the car, you know. Because again, I haven't touched the engine at all. I haven't even like customized any ECU or anything. Like, it's all bodywork and tires. I started out with tires and then lightening the weight, and then when I felt like when I started going around Spa, because I started here, you don't need very much downforce around here. Even the tight corners are like very high speed. At least I have discovered. You can see the last few days I have done like almost 600 kilometers. Maybe 600 kilometers, because the odometer resets if you press retry instead of like exit and go in again. So it's a little bit dumb. So I try not. I want the reading to be as accurate as possible, Just to see how much I have actually driven this car, because I started out being very insecure, like crashing around in the rain and on the hard tires, and I will buy one that's completely stock later if I find one in the used car shop. But right now I think we are saving up for the Porsche 911 ISR, so I can at least have a group free car for online, or GT free car for online, and get my Porsche back with my livery and my white stripe. That's all I want. What's going on the phone? But the noise is super good in this game. We might do when we do the engine, we will do the manifold, and then we will like, the exhaust manifold and the exhaust. I think we will exchange the whole exhaust system at once. Maybe we will do one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Definitely. Definitely, because the more thorough we are now, the faster we can do things later. It's like putting in the legwork, and hopefully someone will discover this and learn a little bit from it. I know it's not a lot of people watching right now, but there's a lot of people, there's a lot of traction on the channel right now, so you never know what gets picked up. I just want to help people in this very difficult transition, because I have found a very good source and feel like I'm a decent driver. Ooh. God fucking damn it. Hey, it's just some, yeah, some news. It's nothing serious. It's just, something that, I needed to be informed about, so. I hope that's okay. Well, it has to be okay. Because streaming is not the only thing, you know. I already had my mental breakdown. Let's see what's in the legend cars today. A Corvette C2 for 170. It doesn't really. I would rather save up for that ISR. I'm gonna, you know, gonna go look how much the ISR is, and the should be in the brain central. I like to, you know, know what the goal is when I'm saving up for something. That applies in real life as well. That's a nice livery. 92. Oh, 452. 450,000. Sure. Oh, I'm so happy that's the other livery, because this is the one I have a Lego model of. So now there's a variation, you know, so it's not like... So now I have a... It's good. It's all good. Purchase. Yeah. I got my car back. Na, 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 na. And now I can check if... sure, switch to this car now, but we're not gonna use it now. We are going to... keep upgrading that Porsche. It's going great, David. And by the way, BK is streaming right now. She actually started streaming before I started streaming, but I have so much to do. Such a good feeling. I will write to her on Discord later. So feel free to go over there and... Yeah, it was a beast in GT Sport. I was a Porsche driver in Manufacturers Cup, so if you want to see how that went, because, you know, you're new, even, and if you want something to watch, you know, and, you know, there's some playlists to go back to, you know. I made those specifically. I keep things in mind, you know, people like me. Not that I myself are going to... Oh, I can't even use the ISI. Yeah, that's dumb. I think we're going to ban like thoroughbred race cars. You know, no thoroughbreds. That's a good way of saying it in this community. Also, this car is like... Oh, you watched a little bit. Did you say hi and say that I sent you? Oh, she ended the stream. Okay. Oh, that's alright. I expected it not to be like a short stream. Maybe she will do a longer stream in the weekend or something. You never know. It's very, very loose. Sometimes, you know. We're very understanding. But just for you, David, I will do another lap. And you know, just to gather some more data in this car, because I really want to show how much of a beast this car really is. I had some practice in it, and you know, I only got like 1 or 2 laps on the stream with the new brakes. I don't upgrade the car in between the stream. I removed the front license plate. I don't expect that does anything. It's just like a visual thing, you know. And then headed back to the normal headlights because I didn't like the look of the super cool headlights. The super cool headlights might be like for like super tuner cars, like the I have them on my R32. Oh, but did how was your impression? I'm not gonna ask like a leading question like did you like it or anything, but just like how did you find the experience as a new viewer? Now it's a review of my recommendation. The more feedback. Of course, no obligation to like give feedback because I feel like I give the best feedback. The best feedback you can give is like just by being here. That gives confidence enough. But the more feedback I kind of get on what I'm talking about and if it's helping and stuff, the better I can get. And the better or if you feel like you are learning something, it gives me more confidence to maybe you know pursue some things in real life. Because if you feel like I'm good at presenting things, you know, one thing, like now that we're at all the dream talking anyway, but this is gonna close pretty quickly anyway. This stream, the dream talking, like if I'm good at presenting things and editing videos and stuff, and can work on my own and stuff, and present how things work in a video game, then yeah, everybody is greeting each other. It's quite special in because you don't really see that in other chats. Like I mean, you see it in other chats. It's not like again with sports fans and they're like, you don't see that sort of community anywhere. You see it everywhere. But in sports it's quite special. Winning together and having the party after and all. You experience a lot together. So of course, like we all think our community is the best community for us because it represents kind of who we are. Because we choose where we want to go as we're adult human beings who can make our own decisions. So we choose where to be. Nobody forces you to do anything. It's like when you get on an education, people will be like, nobody is forced to be here. So if you don't want to be here, just find another thing to do. It's free in Denmark at least. But you can't just take one education and then 1 month after take another. There's like a limit. I have to wait like I think it's 3 years or something before you can get a new one. But you never know, maybe you just finished something where it's just like completely dead after and nobody could foresee it. So when I was in trade school we had like we had some older classmates of like a woman in her 50s who she lost her job at like a factory thing. I can't remember what she did, but she lost it because the factory closed. And and now she's we're open to re-education in Denmark. To a whole work life is going to be varied these days. It's not going to be like 40 years the same place, and we need to be a little bit more cut loose from our workplace. It's not like it's the biggest commitment in the world. There need to be understanding. Work-life balance. It's all about balance, just like in racing and race cars. All about balance. and I like to connect. Yeah. That's why I want, like, if you want to come on voice chat someday, David, you can come on, and you can play along, you know, and just chat along, and then you can have the stream on silent so you can see what's going on. You know, the experience over the voice chat is going to be the same, you know, sound-wise. So that's also one kind of thing that's going on, you know. When we're doing things like this, but not FIA racing and stuff, then I would, at maximum, have like a race engineer, you know, quote-unquote race engineer, tell me something when I ask for something, you know, at maximum. And if that's like frowned upon in the community, I will maybe do it a little bit in the daily races and not do it in FIA races if it's frowned upon, and of course do it in like custom races all the time if somebody is up for it. It doesn't have to be the same person every time. It just needs to be a person that we you know, where the communication is fairly solid, you know. BK has a lot of people she speaks really well with, and I think a lot of people in this community is going to be people that understands when to talk on a racetrack and not. But look at the speedometer now, like compared to yesterday. I'm gonna buy one of these used whenever one comes up. But you remember yesterday, that's the good thing about this. I have you to talk to, David, you know, to bounce off, you know. That really helps a lot, you know, while I'm on fire and have something to talk about. I can use you as someone to talk at least. Sometimes, you know, it doesn't matter if you're like, I assume if, you know, that you stay here because you like being here. And, you know, it doesn't matter if you're like a big time streamer or not. I did 200 like throughout that whole corner, the other in the start of the stream. See, it's starting to get, well, a little bit wet. But I'm not like I'm not backing down in the rain anymore. I'm just super comfortable because I have the traction control on. And also in the auto addiction videos I saw, where you could really see the difference between, like, there is a lot of BMWs, you know, and you can really see the difference in grip and, you know, cornering speed. Because power means nothing if you can't get it down on the ground, you know. So the last thing I'm going to do before adding power is like widening the tires. Because power means nothing if you can't get it to the ground. And I rewatched the physics of racing yesterday. Look at that on the outside in the rain on road tires. I would like to reiterate for this quote-unquote challenge, that's actually a good name. 650 pp or below. I mean, if we name something, it has to be below that limit. How about that naming convention? 650 pp challenge, road tire challenge. Sorry. And then people can have like 600 like whatever pp on race cars tires. Hey, look, David, it's you, David. I've been thinking about I know it sounds silly, but like as a little bit of a meme because I talked about it yesterday, because you're from the Netherlands, and that's like bright orange and really a car that I have liked like a lot to look at when I pass it. I'm like, in my head, that's the NPC driving that car is you. Of your own mind. It's not like I'm bumping into you or anything. It's more like, David. But that's because I feel like you're the one of the people, like, in general. Again, I'm just gonna talk a little bit about this personal stuff again in the early streams here, you know. David, he came in on a very good day for me, you know. David had a good timing for me, and we have been talking a lot the last few days. Even though it has been mostly me talking at him, I don't usually make that mistake. But like, he's a good listener, you know, because he maybe sometimes he just turns his brains off and just leans back and has a good time and listens to whatever I talk about, and sometimes he just completely zone out and doesn't listen. But whenever I like, you know, ask for something where he can feel like where he has a good answer or something, he speaks whenever he has something to say. I like that. I like that about David. I mean, of course, I have. It's okay to like meme a little bit in chat and stuff, but like totally spamming is. I mean, if you have a relevant meme, and a lot of people have a relevant meme at the same time, you often see that it really looks like spam, but it's just, you know, great minds think alike. It's more like that. People are typing that it's the exact same time, you know, because they want to be the one to get the laugh out of people, and then everybody is, you know. But then the jokes stand out clearer, you know. But I actually got third in this car earlier. It's a little bit wet now, and I'm, you know, talking a lot. So, but we need to take the weight off this thing. I got a really good lap I'm gonna upload. I did a 360 on that lap as well in the rain and just kept on going. I mean, I had the car in the right direction when I stopped spinning. And sometimes you're lucky, and then you have to have the reaction time to just press the pedal down. You know, a lot of people practice, you know, not crashing, and then they reset whenever they crash. I like to be able to get back on the road quickly. But then comes, you need to be able to get back on the road safely as well. But you can't really turn your head in this. I might be down on... oh shit. I'm on the dark here. Shit. That was close. I think my default... I have set the default traction control to 4 now instead of 5 as well. So... again, we are lacking on top speed. But... in the slipstream, this is a good test because this car's faster than me in the straights, so I can really just do how much? Oh, 270. Shit. I would like to reiterate that we haven't done anything to the engine. I really like that section. Like, I've gotten really good at that because I really like keeping the top speed up. Jesus, what a lap. Because it was good we took that lap, because we got some very good data. 272 or something, like... That's what the slipstream means, you know, you can barely get... Again, haven't touched the engine, only tires and things. Yet. But that's another third. And rain, I had a few moments, but I'm getting faster than the Nürburgring. I'm crazy, man. I need to take a breather after one of these. I would like to reiterate, and I reiterate a lot of stuff, I know. But that was in the wet, on road tires. And I haven't touched the engine at all yet. It's only weight reduction and better brakes and things. And the better brakes makes it so I can carry much more speed into the corners, you know, I can brake much later. And I got new suspension yesterday. I haven't touched the setup because I wanted to rewatch the physics of race cars, physics of racing thing. It's quite interesting. He actually shows his car right in the start of the thing. It's quite a beast. And he's very funny and very talented actually. He had, at least he had a hill climb record in his road car. So it's a BMW. And his daughter had a Miata, not a S2000. The S2000 stammer a little bit sometimes, stumble across my words. But the S2000 was his wife's. So. And then to complete the list, his stepson has a red BMW as well. And they do autocross and everything, like, I would love to do autocross. And there's like a driving like testing facility thing, like right down here. I mean, so they have the space, lots of space, and it only takes a few cones, and you don't get high speeds. It's more like tight corners and setting up suspension and stuff. It's not about engines at all. You know, and you can see you can make quite a beast, you know. If that holds true in real life, you know. And I've looked at the Auto Addiction channel all day. Not all day, but right before the stream to get hyped. But I looked at it yesterday as well before I went to bed. And it looks like, you know, when you see the differences between cars, you know, he stands in the same corner, so it's fairly consistent. And it's during a lot of... You get a lot of mixed cars overtaking each other and clips right after each other, and you know, maybe not the car that's going through the corners, but maybe there's other cars around that you see, maybe can notice how fast they can go in the corners. But it is only road cars, but you can see some of the guys are really on pushing the limit. And that's okay on a track, you know. On the track you can push the limits. You know, people respect people who make a little bit of mistakes in those clips. You know, they don't, unless it's like a complete like idiot, like trying to drift or something. Don't drift on a track, like on some, like, just on a track day, you know. Don't do that. If you're going to drift, do it like at a specific drift thing, you know, or in your own driveway or whatever. I'm not going to watch every single lap, but I'm just going to, you know, take a little notice of some things. And then I'm gonna, you know, I might look down the straight, you know, how much I can get. But that was like a perfect condition, you know, because I didn't have too much horsepower, you know. I wasn't like just a rocket, like in a straight line. I'm a rocket in the corners, you know. And now that I will get right under 1 ton, you know. So, and just around 300 horsepower. So, actually I might gradually tune a MX-5. That would be fun. Like 2 of them, both the NA and the ND, because I have a fully tuned ND that I just like, I spent all my money on it, and I spent all the money I had on like over tuning like a R32 GTR, because I wanted to just see how much it could get, how far it went. So I got that kind of, that is out of my system, you know. I have felt the big cars and stuff, and I have raced like even faster cars that's not just road cars, you know, in Gran Turismo. I did some FIA races in some of the Red Bull, the 2019 World Red Bull Competizione thing. It's not the Red Bull F1 car. It's like a specifically made, designed by Adrian Newey, originally back in I think 2010. I think they won the championship around there. Can't remember specifically if they won in 2010, because I'm not like I have other things in my head, other information about suspension and stuff right now. I'm trying to have the lecture playing in the back of my mind a little bit while I think about suspension and stuff, because I learned a lot, but I'm not going to talk about everything at once. I'm going to, you know, take it easy. I don't know what kind of level you are on, David, but I feel like I'm on a level where I'm really pushing myself right now. And I feel like I'm on a level where it really like, I'm not on a level where I can just go into F1 2022 and just, you know, when that comes out and just, I'm not Jimmy Broadbent, you know, who's like lightning fast, even in real life, you know. He has the accolades in real life, you know. I don't. He has real life driving experience and stuff, so. Maybe I should send him a super chat and ask him how realistic it feels. Also with the tuning and stuff, because he has like. Maybe I should ask him to make like an in-depth, like. I've never done a super chat before, but I might send him like $5 just because he has helped me through times, and I have had like a little bit of money at the end of the month. Not a lot, but definitely enough to like, but $5 is not like breaking the budget, so I feel like that's a good price for all the hours of content that I have watched of his. So. And he has lapped like 1 million cars around the Nürburgring. And in the start, when I started watching him, I was like, wow, Nürburgring, that's like incredibly impossible. But now I'm like lapping it like consistently, and now it's in the rain even. And see, over the last few days, I have just... I've just been like going crazy on the Nürburgring and on Spa. Actually, I haven't really tested this car on Spa, but let's take it around the Nürburgring first after we do this upgrade, because then we'll have a more direct comparison. I know it's a lot of laps and it's a lot of things. Yeah, maybe we could do like subscriber lobbies or anything, you know. Subscriber lobbies doesn't mean that, you know, it has to be like a massive thing with like full and championships and, you know, a lot of just, you know, you're a subscriber, you know, and I would like to play with you. And then we could do that on stream and, you know, have an open lobby and see how the racing goes and what kind of cars for people choose, you know. Maybe some random people join the, just join the, you know, just the lobby, you know. They don't have to be on a stream or anything. I'm just interested in what people makes, because I will just do any car, you know, a thing where you have open any car, whatever, long runs on the Nürburgring, you know, but just chilling and driving and enjoying the weather, see how it evolves. Maybe get the day and night cycle going. I don't know if it's working for me yet, actually. I haven't tested it because I have just been going crazy on the Nürburgring, you know. This car is all my focus right now. And then I have done like yeah, exactly. And then if we have a thing that where the host like if you where the host like jumps around and it's just us two in the lobby, you know, just some people that we can trust, you know. So the host doesn't go to some random, but like then we can just go in and out and in and out, go in, do a lap, you know, of course, you know, be aware of other people, you know, have the, instead of having the normal radar on, have the other thing on, and then when you overtake people, be very aware. It's not like a competition when it's those things. It's like the Touristenfahrten, but like with less consequence, you know. We can do more and push our cars harder because there's no consequence. It doesn't cost any money. But now our car weighs less than a ton, so now the acceleration should be even wilder. You can see, even though we couldn't follow the car, if we just stayed, even though we couldn't overtake the car on the straight, if we just followed him, we could just take him through the man, I feel like this Porsche has become a rocket ship, and I'm really proud of it. It gives you such a good feeling, you know. The cars in this game are much more your cars, and it makes much more sense to make like open long runs on Nürburgring, because the weather changes and you can do so much with the cars, and you know, it might not be perfect, but it's perfect for what I'm doing right now and where I am in my life right now. Yeah, exactly. And we will not be like you have to balance of performance this and this and this. If the PP limit is good, then you're good, and you have to be on a road tire. We will put that in the challenge name, you know. The 650 PP road tire, because apparently he the guy in the in the name with including the road tire in the name is because the guy named the guy who made that lecture, he was talking about a guy in the audience. He mentioned a guy who was in he won this and this and this class, and it was like I don't know what, I can't remember the rest of the class name, but I remember road tire being part of the name, you know, and it seems fairly big, you know, a big culture, and I would like to expose people to that because he does it so well. And he does, like, you see a little clip of him doing a hill climb, you know, less than 2 minutes in. You see the car he was driving at the time. You could see that, you know, but more driving, less talking. But you could see that he showed that less than 1 minute in, so. But now we're much lighter, so let's see how it feels now. It feels much more responsive, and you can brake much later. So of course these laps are not gonna be perfect from lap to lap. You see, you get like the massive improvements in between streams where I like do like some laps in the morning and get hyped for the stream, and then at the night and if nothing else, David, then it's us two and maybe Kaboom when we get the thing going, at least every once in a while, and then we can tune a little car, and maybe when it's just us two, it's much easier to make up classes as well, you know, and then maybe people will join, and it doesn't have to be like a big official thing. It just has to be like we will tune cars to specific requirements, maybe in these gradually tuning series cars. Maybe I will use it for that, you know, gradually tuning like different cars, not only road cars but kind of everything. Maybe we will do some other things that are not on road tires, you know. We will definitely do like classes where you are allowed to use slicks, or like an anything goes class, you know, like just unlimited class, you know, because that's what you really want in motorsport, isn't it? You know, find out all of the cars, you know, just everything goes. That would be so cool. Like, maybe except for nitros, because that's not really motorsport. It is like a motor thing, but race cars don't have nitros. It's very. I mean, nitros is for drag racing, pretty much. David! Taking another one right side. Come on. Yes. I hope you don't mind that I like associate that car with you, but it's like you came in like right as I was doing these, and you know, then we talked about that yesterday with colors and stuff. And what there is no best setup, you know. That's the same with colors. Maybe red is the fastest color, but it might not be the color that works best for you, you know. And even though with your Dodge, orange might not be the color that works best for you, you know. But it would be cool to see you recreate one of those Porsches once, when you're like a bajillionaire. Could be fun to really race against that one. Of course, you can like tune it as crazy as you want. But like bright orange and then with that spoiler, then I'm happy. Because I can't see the rest. But that's just an idea for you, you know, no obligation. I mean, if I become a bajillionaire, you see, it's very important not to like, even though you're faster than people. But I am much more stable through here. Like, look at that. I just take this guy. Come on. He's on the outside door. Shit. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't break, don't break, don't break. Yes! This thing has really become like, it can take a proper lap around the Nürburgring. Like without lifting the places where I usually don't lift. Like, you can drive like you usually do, you know, around the ring in a race car really. As long as you have traction control on. It's okay to try without sometimes, and it's okay to drive without, but these road cars, man, especially like this class I discovered, it was because you saw when I did it, like was like a try hard in the start a little bit. I was running against the wall because I wouldn't get barely into the race before I restarted it. Yeah, I can really push the car. It might not be like where I push as much, you know. But see, without like traction control, that would be like a death sentence. Which I've practiced in the rain. Gotten a much better feeling for it. It's just a matter of time, you know. The more every time I do a lap, I feel like I learn something new. Especially in the varied weather, because you don't know if it's gonna be wet or dry or what it's going to be. So, and the thing about the wet is not like you lose grip on when you're on the shit. Try to pit maneuver me, man. Fuck. That's not safe. Sorry. Should have showed better judgment. That's gonna... No, it is gone anyway. So I might as well practice that as well. And then take another lap. You know, it's not the end of the world. It's actually quite, you know, you learn something with every mistake. At least if you take note of what happened. And then every time you go through there, you think a little bit about, you know, what to do and what not to do. But let's see if we can get some top speed here on the final straight. And see how early we get to like 250 or something. Because usually we are quite close to that corner and have to really push it before we get to 250. Should be on 5 in the rain by default. But that's my mistake. I think it's better to push it a little bit. Whoa. The fact that I was on 4 traction control that entire time was a big win. So make some of the things you save, some of the things you don't save. It's much more okay in a PlayStation game. You can just snag a top 10. Look at how early we are to 260 here on the outside, because we have nothing to lose anyway. Shit. Outside, 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 inside. Good. Shit. It's braking too hard. Too late. But you can see how that really affected the top speed. I know we were in like at 270 and whatever, but we got there pretty quickly. It's much faster now. But we need a more dry lap, because that was very, very wet. The orange Porsche might show up. Ooh. Ooh. It's the Flying Dutchman. Ooh. That's a great nickname if that's not taken, by the way. For you. Oh, the Flying Dutchman is the ship, isn't it? It's not really a character like in SpongeBob. But now we're associated with him. But it was a ship, so you're welcome to call your race cars like the Flying Dutchman. It's not like I'm naming my guitar like this after this name, and it's nothing serious. It's just, you know, you refer to cars as girls anyway, so you might as well give them a name. I think cars have personalities anyway, like, not like I'm crazy about it or anything, but like, it has a lot more panache, this 911 than that 911, you know, and they're both 911s, you know. The other thing might be like better for the road, you know. It's a more everyday daily driver, because the gas mileage on this thing is gonna be insanely low. Because of the spoiler mostly. You know, when you're just driving in a straight line on the highway. But I think tonight before I go to bed I will do some laps on Daytona, I think. And then if it works, we will do online tomorrow. But look at that. That's great. Oh, we need to see the speed. Else we're not getting any. Well, if we're not getting any data, and then there's no reason to watch the replay at all. It's always good to have a good excuse. I found a good excuse to go to Copenhagen to visit my friend, for example. Like, I need to save up a little bit of money. Hey, it's David. You know, I got a good excuse to go to Copenhagen now, because my friend might get his own apartment in a couple of months, and I need to save up a little money as well. Not that I have the money, I just need to save a little bit of extra money for like for food and stuff. You know, I would like to contribute to the household whenever I sleep somewhere. I'm not just like the eternal guest who just takes whatever, stay for a weekend, and then it's that's pretty much what I can take, you know, of being with other people. That's the reason why I live by myself and not have roommates, even though roommates could maybe help me, and I have some good friends who maybe could be good roommates in the long run, but it's not. I mean, unless it's a girlfriend, then it's not. then no roommates, please. You know, and it has to be like a serious relationship. It's not like just willy-nilly. And you don't have to move together. It's nice to have your own place to go back to, you know, and then have two places to be as well. That's good for dating as well, you know, to have two places where you can go and do stuff, and, you know, have the thing of where you're like happy to see each other again and all that kind of stuff. But sadly, you get lulled into some sort of like false sense of like security and in long-lasting relationships where like you take a little bit less and less care, and it's not that you appreciate it, but it's not like you're putting in the hard work that you used to do, and then it, you know, and then the relationship can't stand, you know, if the times are too tough, you know. It might be hard, but it's just a sad reality. But sometimes breakups are better than, and I say that as the person who got broken up with in his long-lasting relationships, most of them because of mental issues, simply. Like in the long run, it was the mental issues. There was nothing like. I just didn't have the energy to have a relationship, really. But that's like a good life lessons. Every once in a while, go do something. Like if you have a partner, doesn't matter if it's a boyfriend or girlfriend or anything. Should hold better distance next time. Bonk. Shouldn't do that because I saw it coming. And if I do have a spin like that, I'm not gonna be competing anyway for the top. So might as well get through safely. Again with the role playing and all that. You know, it doesn't matter in a video game, but it matters a little bit to me to learn to think about that stuff. Because I have a very reasonable goal of wanting to do folk racing before I'm 50, so very reasonable. And I don't care if I get the money from streaming or from, you know, as long as it's something that I can, you know, stand behind and stand up for. And never take one of those shitty sponsorships, YouTube sponsorships, you know. You know, not that sponsorships in themselves are shitty, but for example, Keeps, I don't trust at all. You know, they're like, you can preserve your hair and all kinds of stuff. Yes, just take good care of your hair and don't use too much shit with chemicals in it. Like, I think I only use natural, neutral products in my hair. Nothing fancy, just neutral. And I have like long, luscious red hair. Like, it's not too long, but it's not too short either. It's like right down below the shoulders, I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's around just below shoulder length. So. But we need another lap for that one. And then I think I'm gonna stiffen the car up, because that's part of getting 100% as well, you know. nice and dry. Let's see. Another car where I present like, you know, a little bit of role playing, you know, presented the mint car because Jimmy always have mint cars. Jimmy Broadbent. So that's like, hey, it's Jimmy Broadbent. Just every time I see a mint car, I think of Jimmy, you know. But I have been following him for quite a few years. From, you know, I don't know how many subscribers he has, but it's quite a few. And he have grown a lot, you know. He has just taken challenge after challenge and, you know, spending his time doing racing, and now he does a racing series called Praga R1T. He drives in Britain. Last year the Pragas was in the same class as Gt7 cars. A little slower on the straights than Gt7 cars, but a lot faster in the corners. Looks a little bit like an LMP2 car, LMP3 car or something, maybe. You know. But yes, this year they have their own class, and Jimmy is really like. That's another reason why I want a Discord. It's because I want to be able to share this, like when Jimmy is like racing and whatever, to show that, you know, because those streams has like not a lot of people watching, and it's like not only like that race. The race is only like 1 hour of the whole day, and it gives you a sense of what kind of what it's like to be at a motorsports event. It's like. There's like 10 minutes plus 1 lap of this class, 10 minutes plus 1 lap of this, and you know, it's very much time based a lot of the time. It's very often like when it's in those schedules, it's not like lap based. Well, sometimes it is, but mostly it's like, you know, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. That's popular. But the Praga R1Ts is 1 hour plus 1 lap and 1 mandatory pit stop. There's 2 drivers in every car, and he drives with Jem Hedworth, I think she's called. I need to check out that name again. There's a video on her looking back at this year, I think, last year, so of racing on a motorsport women. I discovered that that channel yesterday. It's actually quite good. It's very professionally made, and it has not a lot of subscribers and views compared to its, you know, it really puts the focus on you know, drivers in like lower classes, and it's not like this female, this woman is on her way to Formula 1. You know, it's not just that. It's like the motorsports community and this community with like Black Knight and all that has a lot in common in many ways. In many ways. But I would like at least for one of the first races we do, like, first we will do the like Langrun and whatever the fuck, and subscriberfahrten on Nürburgring, just driving around and tuning our cars. But then we will do like 650 road tire 650 road tire challenge. And I call it challenge because well, it's called that in real life, but challenge is such a YouTuber thing, like such a social media thing. So if we do just a you know, a video titled that, where we are like do a lot of tracks where we're just having a good time, learning a little bit about racing in the weather. It doesn't matter if we like have an accident or something. Maybe we can be on voice chat while we're racing, you know. Normally you don't have the luxury of talking together while you're racing, but this is just like but it's gonna be a little bit like basketball, where it's okay to, quote unquote, shit talk each other. You need to talk tough a little bit. You need to. Well, once the helmet gets on, the horn gets out. But as soon as we don't race, we are mild as a lamb. That's how we like to do it. I'm up for that. 150 pp Samba bus. I'm up for that. I just need the Samba. I have the Samba bus, haven't I? It's one of the first ones you unlock. But that's the good thing about, being the host of a lobby. You can change everything, like the single player races are changed with restrictions and stuff. So, and the restrictions are going to be even better here, because you can be like, no turbos, apparently. But these cars can't have a turbo anyway. I was like thinking very hard, after the first night of not, and I didn't really check if there was a turbo available for this or not, because I didn't know really before, and that you needed a turbo for the next thing. But what that has taught me, that this game just doesn't let you slap things on there that there aren't parts you can buy for, really. It's not made at all. It has taught me that not everything needs to have a turbo. And not engines need the. Man, how well this car has turned out so far has been before I started tuning this car, I really dreamed of maybe I will race a Porsche 911 if I'm lucky or whatever. But this really makes me I could buy that 2008 to 2012 Tesla Roadster and tune up the suspension, give it some good tires, rip out a few pieces, maybe get some experts to tune the engine, maybe experiment with maybe if online is working, then or else we can try it, and if it crashes, then I will just restart the stream, and then we can tune cars together and maybe talk in voice chat. If you would like to talk in voice chat, you don't have to. You can play with me anyways. It's not a requirement. Maybe sometimes you need to build up courage. I was when I joined BK's chat the first time, I was okay, I'm not gonna talk. But a few of the times I was okay, today I'm gonna talk, and then we're just in the middle of talking about something interesting, and I came into the voice chat and I was ready to say hello, but it got stuck, and it got stuck, right in your stomach, right in the middle of your stomach, where you can really feel the pressure. You wanted to say something, but it just didn't, come out, and now the timing is gone. And then I would just turn off my microphone again. Sorry, it's because I thought about that. Almost ruined the whole stream. But now I just have the microphone open, whatever I'm doing, and then over time it's gonna be less smoking. So and perhaps Kaboom Operator is streaming a little bit tonight, so I can watch him, so we can talk about a little bit of the things. Maybe I will invite him to voice chat at least, while he might be sitting and making liveries anyways, because we like to talk anyway, and both of us talk on the internet anyway, and I would like to have him in here. He's a great guy, and he is one of the ones that inspired me very much, because it was one of the ones where it's like he's not like quote unquote a part of the Black Knight community. He is a little bit on the peripheral now via me, but and he's like, I've talked to him about Red Dead and GTA, and he is looking for someone to play with it as well. It's the same as like apparently thousands of people just playing small games, but or wanting to play games, but there's no one to really play with. So it's good that there's a lot of people playing different things, and where you can talk about whatever game you want, and all people are different. So there might be like a game like, and that's why I like when people talk about what they're doing as well, because then there might be something I would really like to see, you know, see someone play this game, or someone different than a bigger YouTuber, you know. I like to see, if I really like a game, I like to see different people play it, you know. So I hope that that some other people have some of the same viewing patterns and like things that they're going for on live streams, because it does look like it. It's just a matter if I can keep the talking interesting and not just talk about nothing, you know. And smoke bong quicker, just get it out of the way when I pick it up, because now I have it in my hand again, just sitting and talking. So because the only thing that was keeping me from driving throughout maybe those whole 10 minutes was like, you know, holding a bong. So I would like to try to have a H pattern shift on my steering wheel as well, but that doesn't really matter, because there's so many cars these days that have the things, the pedals, and if I want to drive electric cars anyway, electric racing is on the up and up. I can do the gearing and things here, and there will be gears in electric race cars as well. There's Formula E cars. Some teams have gearboxes to get the gear ratio down in corners, so it doesn't just, you know, so you can keep the pedal down a little bit more. So I'm very interested in that, and I don't care if it's if it's a smart car or a Volkswagen up or whatever. Tuning an electric car like this would be very, very fun to do, you know, very, very fun, because you have seen how this car has gone from like 0 to hero already. It's already like Lightning McQueen. I know a guy who had the last name McQueen, by the way, and his dad played the saxophone. I mean, try to be more cool, right? But maybe I should not mention his first name, but he plays saxophone and whatever, you know. And it's so no, I mean, he had a cool first name as well. Like, let's just say it that way. It's not like the coolest, like something that would be really like, but look at this, 200, easy. And I really mean easy. Really hate it when they do that. Fuck off. See, I have a much higher cornering speed. I just need to be fast, you know. The best defense is a good offense. Close in, really close up, so but it's not really about lap time and all that. It's more like get a feel for the car and what has changed. Should have been braking earlier. I need to look up how to warm up before driving this long as well. I think a little warm up would be good and also warranted without sounding like it's too much of a try hard. But when I play this much a day, it gets quite my force feedback is quite high, because if I put it any lower, I don't feel like I get the detail I want. And here it's like perfect for me. So I have to put a little bit of force into it. It's not like full force feedback, because full force feedback is not realistic at all. So, but I have the detail turned up as well, like totally, so I can feel everything. Like I can really feel every little thing. But look at the acceleration down this little shit. And the stability. That's casually taking a little ledge. So it's not about, you know, because I have a lot of, you know, experience now in this car on this track. So I have a lot of, like, you know, when something goes good or something happens, I have like, when that I shouldn't be braking there anymore at all. I need to get that into my head. Shit. And there's like no front downforce or no skirts or anything. It's just the spoiler and some better suspension and some tires. Upgraded in like a good order. But I feel like a level out around the Nürburgring is like really the best, or not just one lap, but do a few laps now that you have the long run and the freedom of tires not, you know, degrading and fuel not being an issue. So take like multiple laps and put on some nice music and do some mistakes and, you know, learning by fucking up. I don't think I'm gonna change this gearbox at all, though. I'm very... With the gearboxes, I'm very, like... You know... I just take whatever I get. Because I would imagine customizing a gearbox is something that's nearly impossible to do unless you have a massive budget. So I just try to get along with it, so I don't show up like a noob somewhere and be like, how do I customize the gearbox? Because I bet you there's like a ton of misconceptions from GT Sport about the card setup, so this is much more thorough. And it's not like I'm an expert, but I did watch a lecture on it twice, and I watched the lecture yesterday as well. So, and I feel like I have a good... I mean, the only A I have ever gotten in school was my physics and chemistry exam. So I feel like I have a fairly... I can follow what he's saying without it being like that car is gonna overtake me, so I'm going to the inside here. Don't just be lazy and wait until he's actually, you know. But 250 like way before we used to. And we can keep that guy behind us now. Let's see, That's the latest I've ever been braking now. Only 15 seconds to to get the leader over a whole lap. And that's one level of weight reduction. Like, and it's also about confidence, you know. What upgrades give you the confidence and what just makes the car harder to drive. You know, and just slapping a lot of power in there and then think about the rest after, I feel like is... Whoa! I broke the 8-minute barrier. Nice. That's good for that. Holy crap. I don't even think the other 911 I tuned this feels that good. Like, it just has a lot of power, not a lot of thought put into it. Oh, clean race as well. You really rake in the money when you get clean races. You see, you know, I tested this Porsche 911 so much that I got enough money for the RSR. This car's so easy to drive now. It's insane because it's so lightweight. It weighs around the same as a Mazda MX-5 now, so... This is literally like a little car now, and it's like just about the philosophy of cars I like to drive. Lightweight, good grip, you know, maybe a little small, it's okay. Doesn't have to be big and bulky and have like 1,000,000 cylinders. But what do you think we should do next, David? Do you have any suggestions? I would like to, you know, if you have anything, just not tuning the engine. That's the last thing we're going to do. I want to see how good this car can get without just tuning the engine. Kevin Magnussen first. Schumacher second, and Russell in third. There you go. Followed by Ferrari, of course. And then Aston Martin. And Red Bull, you know, Red Bull and Mercedes is fast too, but they will be like struggling a little bit because the other teams are so fast because their cars look so good, you know. But that's only if looks equate to speed. Which we're testing that right now, you know, and that will be an ongoing experiment. That is our like research experiment goal, and we will be talking about that as well a lot. At least I will, and be talking a little bit about it, and I will be talking with Kaboom about it, because what he likes to do and what really makes him fast in his Porsches. I know it sounds a little bit weird, but don't judge. He's a Porsche manufacturer driver as well, so we were like, it's kind of like a teammate, you know, because we would like talk about testing and like how does the car feel for this race and stuff. So we had a great bond in that way as well. But what he likes to do is like he has his Hello Kitty livery with like on the back is a Hello Kitty waving goodbye. You know, that's distracting as hell, you know. When I see Hello Kitty liveries and all that, I can get distracted by a good livery, you know. So it also works in that way, because in Gran Turismo you get all kinds of crazy liveries, you know. I've been caught out by a few at least, where I'm like, what's the front like on that livery? But I can just check it after and replay, you know. So I should be better at doing that, and then you guys can be looking at it for me if you're. But I will be pointing out if I see anything like cool. or anything like special or anything that I like. I will not be pointing out like cars that I absolutely hate the look of or anything, like, unless it's like a common mistake that people do, like when they try to make things look like I have a good eye of like making a car look understated, and you know, this is not too ricey, you know, it's just a car, and I don't want like single spokes. And you know why I don't want like the single spokes tire? It's because it takes like a massive amount of force to get that one bolt loose, you know. So it's nearly impossible to change on the road or change by yourself, unless you have like the wheel gun. And the wheel guns in Formula 1 and motorsport sure does make it look easy, but they're also like they have the torque. At least the ones in Formula 1 has the same torque effect as a Porsche 911. So you know, it's so for this car I would like to just have like some nice wheels, but that will be like maybe when we widen the tires we will get the new rims as well. I don't know if we will be widening the body though, because it looks like the tires has a little bit of space, and I would like to fill out that space then rather than make it bigger, and you don't want your race car wider for no reason anyway. You know, the tires you want as wide as possible, the car not so much, because you need to get in there, you know. The smaller the car, the better the maneuvers you can make. But I think the whole philosophy about everything before power first only becomes because this car has more power than it can handle. You know, if the car has more handling than it has power, then obviously go for the power first, but do it gradually, so you can like feel when the car starts to slip and stuff, and then you like learn the car really well. And when you do that with some different cars, maybe you will get some good experience, you know. And if you need some ideas for some tunes, you know, when multiplayer gets up and running, at least we will be like maybe tune like a specific car for a challenge and during the stream, and then we will maybe use that car in other challenges. Maybe modify the class a little bit. Maybe it feels a little there's some balancing that needs to be done or something. Maybe some tire restrictions or something, you know. Maybe turbo restrictions and some things, we don't know. Just testing, you know. Just like there's a lot of predictions on what the 2022 season is going to be like. Nobody knows. Nobody really knows how it is actually racing in those cars yet. Not even the drivers and the teams who has the most information. They know nothing about it, you know. Because even though they're very, very smart, they're not genies, and you know, they can't foresee the future. So it's very. I see the people in Formula 1 being much more down to earth than you think. They are just very busy and very, very passionate. You know, so they might come across as, you know, I'm too busy and good for you, but they really do. Okay, it's working fine for you. That's great. But I'm still gonna tune this car, and then I'm gonna do it off stream, because it takes a little bit of practice and stuff. Maybe I'll drive the RSR around and end the stream with that and say goodbye just in case it crashes and cross my fingers and then yeah, you know. But that was below the 8-minute barrier. Barely. And I think a little bit more stability in the corners would be I wish you could take your own car into like certain experiences where you could be like, it has to be between this and this, like very strict on, or at least maximum like this, and you have to get gold, so you can do it like in different cars, so you can be consistent in your own car, quote unquote your own car, because a lot of people like to just use the best car, you know, and that's not really, you know, the most fun thing. Sometimes you gotta learn. Learning by doing. I'm gonna increase body rigidity. Unless there's something like... Because I have a lot of... You see, it's fine on the straights now. Now it's like not getting caught up or anything, because it's just light enough. And I haven't increased the body rigidity of anything really yet, so... Reinforce the entire body of the car and 30 minutes. Does it add weight? I hope not. It didn't. Nice. Let's take a lap around the ring here, because that was like just to see what it does over a longer lap than, you know. But right now I'm like, you know, this tuning thing is like me getting ready for online, you know. I'm really putting in the legwork now instead of just jumping in. And I think that because I would like to keep my A rating, you know. So I have oh, enter. My sports mode rating is AS, but it's very low A. And I would like to, you know, I would like to stay in A. If I'm in high B, that's very, very good as well. But I would like to not go lower than that. You know, sometimes you have bad daily races, but I try to stay out of those if I don't get like a good, if I can't like control the car or anything really, then the rigidity thing didn't really increase the PP of the car, so I need to put on some music. By the way, I'm gonna make a the official Superfart playlist on Spotify. I have a private playlist which I would like to keep private because it has some songs that are specific to me that are not like maybe specific to racing, you know. So I will make like one that like really adds horsepower, like at least on average 1 horsepower per song. So maybe half a horsepower. I don't know what the rate will be, but it would be diminishing returns the more songs, you know. That's how I imagine it works, would work. But let's see how it works in practice, you know. At least that's my experience, at least, you know. We like to pretend that silly things add horsepower, you know, even though we know it doesn't. Like Toyo tire stickers add grip and stuff, you know. We're just having fun with it and memeing and and stuff. It's a good time. And I'm not gonna like explain like, oh, we like to meme around here. It's very fun. But it's like explaining a little bit about what kind of I like to explain what kind of things I find funny. A good dad joke is good as well. We like dad jokes in the community. Also, David, if you have some copyright, like, or some music that you can that I can play on in the background of the stream, preferably instrumental, because when people make text, they would like people to listen to it, and I can't listen to a song and race at the same time. At least not if I don't know it. That's god damn it, that's not the background music. There's so many fucking ads. I need ad block on this phone and something. What I really need to take it to the next level is like a PC and a capture card and stuff. But I've been checking out if JP Group, the company, the local company I would like to work for, if they have any social media present. And they have a very, very strong social profile where it's like, we like to help people, and I've really been saving this shot for when I feel right, because if I would have been like, yeah, I would like to work at JP Group, and very nice, it's actually my biggest stream and stuff, I've always been very adamant that, yes, I would very like to be out there, but I want it to be like at a time where I'm ready. And if I can be ready consistently for, you know, weeks and weeks, and think about what I can do for the company maybe, and, you know, help them make some videos. It doesn't have to be me, and it doesn't have to be about liking and subscribing to me. I can be behind the camera and help with editing videos and stuff, but more conveying the history and things about their business, because there is a lot, and I know a lot of it, because my grandfather, well, JP, who founded the company, he used to drive a bus. Well, I'm just gonna, you know, take you for a little spin. It's not sponsored or anything, because I only have 33 subscribers, but I like to shout out local Danish things, you know, Danish people who are doing great, you know, and this is really a company that do great things, and they have, other than Porsche, they have like all kinds of Volkswagen Group spare parts. So it doesn't have, if I would ever like need to be secure about what kind of parts I can get for what kind of car, I can just go there and ask like, what kind of parts do I have, what kind of cars are kind of cheap and easy to get, and maybe a Volkswagen Golf or something is like, you know, that kind of thing. But it's not like that's not what I'm like, that's dreaming. The goal I've set for myself, because the goal I've set for myself is like folk racing before 50, because I was at a lecture with Kevin Magnussen and Jan Magnussen, and Kevin always, he said that it was never like it was not gonna happen. I always knew that I was going to Formula 1. And right there I thought to myself, I had some pretty good results in Gran Turismo. There I was like, yeah, I will do a breakdown of what it cost on another stream, because I will have to like just Google the things and the correct prices and things, and make a little spreadsheet. But like, they have a lot of like parts for all kinds of Volkswagen groups, and I think you know, a lot of people is like, my dad just he he have bought pretty much his dream car now. It's a station. It's a station car, station wagon, you know. A Volvo with a decent amount of horsepower. It can pull the camping wagon, and it can. It has all kinds of safety features, and it's a very nice car and fairly sporty. Sometimes he puts the foot to the floor when I'm with him, when it's only him and me. But it's not like it's just like when he's like overtaking somebody quick on a very, very straight road, you know, in very dry weather and good visibility. It's like you might as well get past the other one rather than be in the danger zone of being like you can't exceed the speed limit even though you are overtaking. It's illegal, but that's a fairly stupid law. I mean, I just stay behind people if they are going the speed limit. But if they're going below the speed limit, and then I will overtake. And if they are going like 60 or something, like where it's fairly quick, it's not a tractor or anything, but you need to get past, and you know, you can see in the distance that somebody is coming, you know, just get past quick. Takes 2 seconds, you know, instead of being like on their side for like a million years and then the other guy coming closer, you know. But that's my philosophy about driving, you know. It's a little bit, you know, on the edge, but it's safe. Never break the rules, never do stupid stuff on public roads, never push your car on a public road, unless it's like out of a slow corner, where if you spin, it's like you just spin around a little bit, you know, and look like an idiot. But back to JP Group. In Danish it's JP Group. And they're very successful. But the name is not very... I don't really see them anywhere in motorsports, at events or anything, so... And I go to, like, a fair amount of events. Like, more than most people. So it would be nice to, you know, speak a little bit about some local greatness. Because I like to speak about local history, and it's a little bit personal be as I said, my grandfather, my dad's dad, used to drive bus, be a bus driver together with Johannes Pedersen, his name was. Back in the, I don't know, back when he was a bus driver, you know. But then JP started his own company, and he started making, you know, those rubber things that you hang your exhaust onto. Your exhaust is not like connected like hard on the. That's why they can fall off so easily. Like, not easy, but they can fall off. That's why you can see them be like falling off and scratching the ground and stuff, and not look like they are like broken off. It's because they are held up by a rubber part with like 2 holes in it, one for the for where it's attached to the car, and one where it attaches to the exhaust pipe. and it was those that he started manufacturing in the start, and then it just grew from there. I don't know about the growth history that much, but I know that today they are a fairly big company. It's not like it's a billion-dollar company or anything big, but it's a big company. Like it's brings a lot of money to the local area, and they use a lot of their resources to take in people who have who needs like flex jobs, where and like a little bit of special conditions and stuff. So I would imagine the boss is a fairly decent guy, and you see a lot of Porsches driving around, so I would imagine he is in one of those every once in a while. Every time I see a Porsche here, I think of that company, and it makes me a little bit happy, because I was on a tour in the company. That's why it's so personal to me also. I was on a tour of the company where we just talked about cars. I think we talked a little bit, I was a little bit shy, but still fairly open. I was in a good mood, in a period with a good mood, Oh, now with the smoking and not talking, When I grab the bong, I just need to, and then keep talking and get driving. But like, when you're on welfare in Denmark and you are like a young person who have any job experience or anything, I only have experience in music and setting up stages and entertainment in general, which is a lot of experience that a lot of people don't have, and I'm kind of using that now and speaking naturally publicly, I have no problem with that, and the people would feel like they were dying if you're like, yeah, just take some laps on the Nürburgring in the rain and talk a little bit casually, I mean, I'm not the fastest driver in the world or anything, but I feel like my driving skills are where I'm happy with them, where I'm like satisfied, It's the same with my music. It has come to a point where I'm like satisfied and feel like I can grow from it. It's not like I'm not where I want to be yet, and I have to accept that. When I was younger, I wanted to be at the end all the time. I just wanted to get to the end. But now I realize that thought about a lot about time, and it's part of I think about everything, So it's like. Okay, we have 4 traction control here, so I think for the test lap we would put it up to 5. There we go. It's only 2 clicks away if you do it in if you go to the left and then to the right back again, and that's very important for races. I used to use that all the time in GT Sport when we would do a rolling start or whatever. We could do rolling starts as well to see what the acceleration is going to be like, and no, not rolling starts, standing starts, sorry. There I always have traction control on. Everybody has like 1 traction control on. Sometimes when I'm try-harding and it's like a car that only does a little bit of wheel spin, then I will sometimes try hard it and see if I can do it without. But that's only in daily races. That's not in FIA races, because in FIA races I don't take as big chances. This lap is like totally weird as well, so at least I'm like getting used to the car. shit. It's very hard to go past people in the rain. You can very easily see the path to follow. It's like the racing line just forms in the rain, you know. It's like having the vision on, you know, the assist, kinda. So that helps. Oh, shit. Still not good in the rain though. Like if it's too hot. Look, I'm like totally aquaplaning. It's so wet here. And the balance is already a little bit off, so not in the car, but of me in this lap in general. So let's just like get up to speed, you know, and then take the corners as good as we can. Oh shit. You see, my tire was like very slightly on that thing. Shit. I think I need more downforce on the rear and the wet, I think. Whoa, look at that. See? Moments like that. It's nothing to do. You know, even though it's a car that's spinning, you want to do all you can to avoid it. It's better that you hit the fence a little bit, scuff your car, than you bounce into a car sideways that might have its crash structure compromised. That's like one of the most dangerous things in motorsports at the moment. Is that the carbon fiber structures and stuff, they're only built to crash once. They're very hard to break, and you know, you're very well strapped in a race car. It's not like you're flying forward. You have a device protecting your neck, which looks a little bit weird, and maybe some, sadly, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s thought it was like, looked like the news. And now we come to some, I've been thinking about this, and it is a sad story, and he was a great driver, but it's kinda, I'm not pissing on his legacy by saying that, not using that device and being like, I'm not wearing that noose around my neck, and then it's a neck injury that kills him because he didn't wear that device, and now people will never die by a neck injury. Like, it's a little bit, and it's not like he didn't know that it was there to help. He just refused to listen to people who knew what they're talking about. And again, he was a great driver, but and you might think that, oh, racing drivers should just be happy to drive, and then they should drive like no other. You know, a lot of money goes into a racing driver, so we want, and the cars and stuff, so it costs a lot of not only money, but a tremendous amount of resources, plus the loss of life. Is like, everybody is grieving, so everybody's production is going down, you know. Some people is like, oh, the world is overpopulated anyway. Yeah, but it's not that overpopulated that it's like, that we cannot handle it in, like, over time. You know, we're on the way there. It's not like we'll fix it tomorrow, you know, but we try everything we can, and everybody in the world wants to, you know, have a stable life, and everything, you know. It's not like some countries are just particularly lazy or something. They just don't have the opportunity or the geographical locations that you might have here in Denmark or in America, for example. But I'm also going very hard in the rain, you know. I'm pushing it as much as I can. But you need to stay in There's like wet lines and stuff as well. I need to watch a tutorial on that. Maybe I should just make some straight up videos when I'm like, when I feel like I have some good information, because it doesn't matter if you're first or not, because people are gonna search it later anyway. I still search about tutorials in the Red Dead Redemption when there's something like specific comes up. That's how I discovered BK like half a year ago or something. Well, over half a year ago. Well over half a year ago. Shit, we might take a bit to here. Push it. Now we're really pushing. I don't care. It's first place or nothing, baby. It's nice that you can go in with that mentality as well. Come on, just keep it. Yes! Let's keep in the slipstream and we will be fine. Now we're at least fighting. We're in and that's the body structure, you know, that got us up here. Maybe the rain as well. Maybe in the drive we can take the win. Because you see, it's all about, you know, body rigidity works in every kind of corner, apparently, you know. Not apparently, but it works. I want to have as much speed in through here. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Holy shit. Outside, outside, outside. Fuck. Second place, come on. I really pushed myself. Made some mistakes. I kind of flew into that guy, but I got second place in the rain. You know, my driving has improved a lot the last few days. Look at that. In the rain, 8 minutes and 42. That's pretty good. You know, now I have more of a sense what like a rain lap and a mixed lap and sort of things. Because in Gran Turismo it was like always in perfect conditions, and who can like, now it's who can like harness the weather. Harness the weather. But be like, you know. It even started in the dry. I think I expected a dry alone. But what do you think of this series so far, David? Because it's like, even though if it's only 2 or 3 episodes, it's gonna be a playlist anyway, because I feel like it's significant. It's like my homework to the lecture I was talking about. So I'm going to post my sources as well, you know. My final exam in the or the first test, at least, in the in that lecture, and all that I have learned, feel like all that I think that I have learned. I'm not assuming anything. I'm not going to assume things. But I feel like I have, you know, haven't even added power yet, and I'm already contending for like. But also, it's not like too. I think the less horsepower is what makes me able to go harder in the rain, you know. Because you can just put your foot down even more, even if you have less traction control on. I'm learning a lot. You know, you always knew that differences between cars and stuff because you drove different cars in Gran Turismo Sport and was like, yeah, take some weight off and increase the power and whatever, but this is the next generation, baby. It might not be the perfect generation yet, but you know, they have shown that they are taking steps forward, at least on the simulation side. Then the monetization we can discuss later, you know. But when I do add horsepower, I think the first thing I'm gonna change is the exhaust, because that's the first thing you would do. I'm trying to think of this, like, what order would you do things in? I'm dreaming hard about a tuned Tesla Roadster right now. If this is what you can do without, like, upgrading power, you know, then you do, then I don't need, you know, something with an engine with, like, tuning potential and everything, and it would be more reliable that way. And maybe I will prove a point about electric cars or something along the way. Maybe I can sneak it into some class or something. Maybe adding a gearbox or something experimental, but I don't know. You know, it all depends on budget. You know, but right now I just want to lease a smart car. It doesn't even have to be the cabriolet, just so I can have some experience driving that car, if I like it or not. Or like just lease any car, you know. But on you know, I would like to see if I like that car or not, you know. Maybe drive it over a longer period of time, you know, a couple of months, maybe a couple of years, depending on how good I think it is, and, you know, upgrades and stuff. That's the freedom about leasing cars. You can get an upgrade. It's not as, you know, it's not as like, but you know, the goal is conserving money and you know, prioritize, so you don't spend all your money on things now when you have things you want to do in the future. I watch this program about people who has completely messes up the economy, and it's not like necessarily early life or anything, it's just all ages, and it's for all kinds of different reasons. But you know, the basic principle is the same. They spend more money than comes in, and they spend it on all the things that they want to do now. But if you can be a little bit patient, and then maybe you can go for the things you really dream about. You know, I have been thinking a lot about how I would spend money if I had some, and you know, I think I'm gonna put down a bucket list with prices on it, like calculations, one thing at a time, just so I can, you know, a financial bucket list. It's not about getting $1 million or anything, or 100,000 on the bank account. It's more about putting into realization what, and maybe talk openly about economics, you know. That's another thing, you know. And hopefully never change, at least too much. But I know I'm dreaming a lot right now, but this is the good times right now as well, you know. Gotta enjoy the good times while they're around, because then you sit there. I have had a lot of good times followed by bad times, followed by good times, followed, you know. Up and downs, ups and downs, and then you look back at the good times and man. So, and then you're often, when you are in the good times, you're dreaming about, you know, all the things you can do, and I like daydreaming as well. It's like, but really, I'm just enjoying being streaming right now, you know, enjoying the good times. But I'm also not gonna, you know, I've been like very shy for a lot of years. I used to not be that shy, but it came over time when like things keep on, you know, going wrong, and you know, you start one thing followed by failure, you know, because of your mental health, and you can't really, especially when things fail and you weren't diagnosed, you know, that shit really hurt, you know, because you don't know what's going on, and nobody knows what's going on, and everybody's confused about it, even you, and you're like I kind of distressed about it and thinking about what about the future, and you know, I used to think a lot about that stuff, being like, if this is how it's going to be in the future, how I feel right now, and my productivity level, then that I'm never gonna do anything, you know. And that's a hard thought to have as have a 15, 16-year-old. Started working a little harder on myself, but I have always worked hard on myself, always criticized myself very much, but I haven't praised myself very much and allowed myself to, you know. Alright. Second place. In the rain. I feel like even though that was a wet run. Wet run. Well, if we get a wet thing again, then we will increase the downforce a little bit. Just to see what that does to the rear end in the rain. We need to adjust the suspension a lot as well, but I would rather have the car at where it's going to be than adjust the suspension, then tune the car again, and then adjust the suspension and tune the car again, so... I don't know, tuning the suspension is like... But I will do a rough tune-up, like... And then I will like really dial it in. Because I learned a lot about some things I can improve. I'm gonna exit again to see if I can get a dry run. I'm not doing this normally, like I want every kind of weather, but right now I need a dry run. Like personally, not for content or anything, like personally I feel like I need a dry run in this car to get the data I need, and I feel like I need to test this on Nürburgring, you know, because I like driving around here, but maybe you like other places, and you know. But then when you go from place to place, don't make an upgrade when you change track, I think. Don't do that, just take the car as is after you have tested it on the track you usually do, then take it to another track. Drive it around as is and see how it is like compared to oh, see, we got that dry run right away, so it's not like a time thing. It's like, I remember in Microsoft Flight Simulator there was a setting, real weather, where it would be based on weather updates. It would be kind of amazing to have that feature, but I don't know. Especially during the Nürburgring 24 hour when they're like, why aren't they driving at all? And then you like take the car out and you're like, I can't drive this at all, even with like full traction control, and I drive in a smart car, you know. My biggest dream is if they add the smart car to this, so I can tune it, really tune it, and dial it in, and then see if it's like, if that's what it feels like in real life, you know. I feel like I have some fairly decently cheap goals. I know when people talk a lot about goals, they like to like dream a lot about, I would like to do this and this and this, but they never talk about the cost of it, and you know. But it's all about, you know, how well I can sell myself to, you know, if I eventually maybe get like a Danish company looking at me, you know, saying he's a good at presenting stuff, we would like to give him like a little bit of money. That would be very, very good for my economy. And what's also good for my economy and what makes me save up more is like smoking a lot less. You know, I do smoke a lot and I do talk a lot, but it takes a lot of time to prepare the mix. So maybe I should do that before streams as well. But to do that accurately, I would need a weight. But I'm very open about my weed smoking, by the way. I mean, if my neighbors really looked like at any time of the day, especially these days, I'm done hiding the light of my life, you know, what gives me energy and what I really love to do. And I really love racing and music and video games, and I like teaching, you know. I used to, you know, I wasn't a music teacher or anything, but I used to teach my friends how to do things, or other students. If, you know, the teacher was busy, they would ask me to be like, can you... I was one of the ones, because I was open about that I wanted to be a music teacher in the future. And I feel like now I have that little bit of experience, and I feel like it's a... Also, I consider this a little bit of a... At the moment, for this, I consider it like a little bit of a public diary as well, you know. I won't necessarily talk about in the future a lot about these things, but it's what I dream about today and what I kinda think today. I will get less dreamy in the future, I promise you. Maybe not. But I will definitely talk about it less. At least when I have a car. The car is, you know, give me the 4 wheels and the roof, the option to have a roof over my head, you know, the optional roof, and a windscreen, so I don't have to wear ski clothes. It's like 6 degrees or something plus, but I still have to wear like ski clothes because I get a 30 km/h wind, you know, against me, you know, the chill factor and all that. And the future will be much less smoking and talking and much more driving. Because right now we're just doing like this 1 lap thing. As soon as like I get the thing and I really like start streaming, and if I just like keep talking and going around the Nürburgring and keep talking, you can imagine I could rack up quite a few miles or kilometers. Depending if I drive a American car or not. Maybe I should change that sometimes when I drive American cars in America. Is my American, you know, 2 miles per hour, just to get a better sense of, you know, my racing in miles per hour. Because I do see streams, but I have zero like feeling for what's what, you know. And also miles, you know, how many miles you put on a car, and because I know what a mile is, but I haven't experienced a mile on an odometer or anything where I can count it. I can count a kilometer on my scooter. You know, it's fairly easy. I can even count 100 meters on my thing. This thing has so much grip, like, it's insane. Hey, it's David! David! How are you doing? Love it. And also the insinuation that he might made a gay recreation, but it's not like no obligations, you know, just when he has the time and the money. But you get it in the single player anyway, so maybe he might paint it orange. Maybe orange might be a color that works really good for him, you know. Like Jimmy Broadbent seems very, very fast in mint and in gold. His 87 Goldie, real life car, the Praga. So maybe gold is a fast color, but for me, gold jinxes the whole thing, you know. Immediately when Haas was with Rich Energy, you know, first of all, that name, Rich Energy, it sounds a little bit too unself-aware of, you know, what people appreciate. It's like rich. I'm rich, and it's gold, you know. And then he had like, but you know, it slowly turned out that guy was just, you know, crazy and knew nothing about motorsports and just wanted to like be rich, you know. That's kind of his MO. It's all in the name. You know, the brakes are really good. It was so good that I got the brakes before I got that I lightened it up any further or anything. Because now I can really use the light. Now I can really use the you know, the brakes into the corners and the stability and all that. It's nice to see how the things affect the car differently. So and rain. It often starts raining on the top of this hill, I had noticed. Starts in the dry, but there's a side wind right now, and I don't know. Yeah, it's clearing up. See, I was reading the wind as well. I know it's going from my left to my right. And if you check the map, it should Because the arrow is not relative to you, it's relative to the track. You can see it doesn't move at all. Okay, remember not to brake here. It's very important. I've gotten that reflex lately. Just do a slight lift. A minor lift. No, hallelujah. No. People are always like, how do you sing that? How do I play that song? Well, he explains it in the song. You just need to know music theory to figure it out. You know, a major third you play, and then with a minor lift you play, you know. It doesn't matter what key you play it in. It will work. It's about what, where you are in the scale and play the chord in the scale you are in, and what scale the chords form, you know. I think really clearly when I'm racing, it's insane. Like I'm just talking. Because I've never like, you know, explaining the thing really made me think about it like thoroughly, and so. But that's the things I need to study. I only know some of those things on a base level. But I know them and I know how to apply them. And I've done like, you know, homework on it, you know. I've done music theory classes like straight up. Where it's just I even got the little jump. Nice. Whoa. Who took the sun? I love that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Holy shit, the rigidity. That's insane. I don't even think it had reached 600 pp yet. It's a little bit slippery, but I have the customizable diff, so that might be some of the things we will work on next. So yeah, I can brake later than all of them. So not always about power. I know I like the song by Kanye West, the power song. But see, now I'm on the edge of grip, you know, when I'm like slightly... But I don't know why I'm so far back. Maybe the NPCs have just been slipstreaming each other like crazy. Let's get in this guy's slipstream to test my top speed then. Come on, I haven't had the slipstream for as long as I did the last time now. And then I'm just gonna, because I'm not winning anyway, so, oh shit. Alright, rocket ship. Whoa. Wow. I might have gotten fourth, but god damn it, that was fast. That was 3 seconds under the 8-minute barrier. It's a good song as well to drive fast to. I couldn't hear it because of the engine. It's mostly for you. I put music on. For when I'm not really talking, you know. That's a really good replay to save, but I mean it's in the stream. But we need to watch. Shit, I was going so fast. That's such a monster. I'm just looking down at the stream, you know. If you don't know, I have the stream going on my iPad just so I can check that everything is okay. And I can look at the chat. I don't have to look it up on my PlayStation or my phone. I don't know if it gives me like watch time or anything. If it does, fine. It's not like I'm trying to game the system or anything. I'm just trying to keep an eye on my stream, and I refuse to. Hey, 42, 420. I need a soundboard with an air horn and everything, but that requires me streaming from a PC. I think a PC would be before a car in my world. Like just one. It doesn't have to be like a gaming beast that lasts forever. It just needs to be a PC that's. I know you can get some very good PCs that are refurbished. You know, another sponsorship opportunity. You know, where I hopefully can present some stuff. But if not, it's only like it's not expensive breaking the budget like racing kind of thing, you know. And buying a car, that's more like thing. But that's all dreams now. Now we just need to enjoy the ride. That's all I'm doing now. I'm enjoying every single corner in this. I like that little group of cars there. They have a nice little color thing going on. It's so cool. But like driving this thing is insane. Let's see, how fast was I going through? Okay, 273 I was on, and whoa, braking late. I know it's like tooting my own horn and be like, oh, I'm good at tuning, and you know, but I'm really like impressed by this car every time with some of the improvements. Like, especially when you do it gradually, you really feel every single one, and I really. That's really a dimension to the tuning maybe people don't do, so they're like just slap a turbo on that bitch and you know, and some soft tires, and then maybe all lightweight and you know a little willy-nilly. But I think doing at least this type of thing on one car, you don't have to do it like as hardcore as I do, like in the same way that I do. Just one car and do it over time, get some experience. The only thing I don't really like about this car right now is the yellow interior thing, but I have no idea how to install a roll cage yet. And today is more about the driving. I mean, I can't see. You don't really notice the yellow seat belts anyway. So I would like the interior just to be black. I mean, maybe red, like seat belts or something. Because then they don't get as hot in the summer. I'm not even distracted from the stream. That's not why I'm not talking. Just enjoying the noises. Shutting up for a little bit. You know, it's important to rest your voice as well. So. And if you have nothing to say anyway, if you run out of things. So. I mean, if I'm in a group of friends, I can go a day without barely talking. If they're just talking about something interesting, you know. And have a good thing going on, and I don't really have anything to add. But here I'm the only one talking, so. And I'm a little bit anonymous, so feels okay. I mean, not anonymous by name or like, but you don't know me, and you're not like, it's not like I meet you every day. I don't mind people to know about my my struggles, you know. I'm just streaming whenever I can, because that's what I really enjoy doing right now. And I'm in a state of life where I really enjoy getting better at like racing, and not necessarily real life racing. That's, you know, when I'm 50. It's fine. And then you know, be very good at Gran Turismo and stream that, and hopefully over time, you know, there's 1 billion people on YouTube, so over time, hopefully 1,000 solid subscribers will find the stream, so we can get some ads going. Just, you know, just a few cents, just so I have an excuse to do this even more, you know. Because that would be the first time in a long time I would have like any sort of income, and I could like call myself a professional musician and racing driver, you know. But that requires me playing ukulele on the stream, which I will do at the end, you know. Maybe at the end of the stream we should go around the Red Bull Ring and this thing. And then I can play a little. I haven't like, I'm just gonna go like slowly through a song and like what I'm working on, like, and then it goes to this, and you can hear it slowly, the chords. That's like, I have a song it's a very simple song, but I've been, you know, working on it for a few years. I at least held it up. Like a lot of songs you forget over time, you know. You can remember them partially, but you can't like, let's go to Spa and see how much of a monster this one is here. We got second place here as the, I think maybe it was second place in this car, I don't know. I can't remember what we did last time here, but I'm gonna buy one of these at least at some point. Actually, let me should consistently check the car shop and then at least know what, put it on the wish list, because I only have one car on the wish list right now. Well, if I, well, 0 in there. Oh, and it was a nice sunny day, but sadly I had to return because I forgot to check something. I want to check the dealership now. Oh, everything right now. Oh, we can spin the thing as well. Maybe we should change the oil, you know, when you're driving a car quite hard, you know. Oh, I want the KTM crossbow. Damn. But that's good suspension right there. Fully customizable suspension for an Aston Martin DB11. That's not bad. But let's give this an oil change and a wash. Oh, but let's check the used car dealership first. Used cars. Let's see. Toyota, Honda, above. Nope. $420,000. This car is just better and better for me. The Honda S2000 is good as well. We need some one-make racing as well, where it's like we have a PP limit that's around the stock limit, you know, just a little bit above. Maybe if we tune one and see what it is with, like, you know, because we don't like when we do like suspension upgrades and things, we want to be able to have the full ones, you know, and at least be able to have the soft road tire, unless we want something, you know, hardcore, like going on hard comfort tires. Like, at least I think that's a good like baseline to go for, you know, nothing specific, just. But I spent all my money on that RSR, and I really don't regret it at all, because this car is gonna come back. Add to wish list. And now there will always be a little flag right here. You can see like there's cars on my wish list over here, and then so there's a little flag. That's why I want the wish list. It's not to be like. See, I really want the Gt7 because it's really good, and the F40. I really enjoyed driving a lot. I drove a lot of my money in on that one on Blue Moon Bay in Gran Turismo Sport. That's where I grinded all the money that I spent on all my cars and stuff. And it's not like I'm riding in the most efficient way here. You know, you don't have to be the most efficient to earn money, you know. And it is quite a grind, though. I hope the online races and later on that the things pays out really well. Oh, oil change and car wash. I know it's a lot of going back and forth, but when we can at least then it's at least one little small change thing, you know. I would like to do it. And then of course the oil change before the car wash. And then we wash the car because we are going to a new track, you know. You wanna show up looking your best. I gotta admit though, the more I look at those rims, the more I'm like, you know, those are some good rims, you know. But I'm open for change. It's not like a purist thing that I'm keeping things stuck on the engine and stuff. I just like to see the differences and, you know, in things before I do too much, you know. Because I learned that early, don't spend all your money on one car. Especially not when it's not like, if you tune it correctly. Maybe that's why Jimmy had such an easy time with single player when he was on the PP limit. It's because he knows exactly how to tune a car, and he has done it in like a lot of things, and you know, he knows how to set up a car, and you know, maybe that's why it's so easy, you know, for him, because it's getting easy for me. I'm under the PP limit soon, you know. Oh, I'm not even up to 600, and I'm like, you know, really car settings, and then I'm going to detail settings, and then I'm gonna duplicate this sheet, call it Spa. I might call it Spa Weekend or something later, but and then we want to increase, we can increase the one here. What we can do is, let's go with 33. 33 is my lucky number. I would like to have 333 horsepower on this car as well. That's why I'm not tuning it like as much as well. I was a little bit nervous that I would have to, like, you know, go too much, but this has gone from road car to race car real fast for something you could do reasonably, you know, where you're like, 1 year you do one upgrade and 1 year you do another upgrade, you know. Life is a long learning process, and, you know, if you spend a year learning to hone that upgrade, you know, in the specific car and really get to know that car, it doesn't matter if it's what car it is. If you get really consistent in a car, you know, and feel really comfortable, it doesn't have to be the fastest car on the grid. You just need to be the most confident guy in your car. Then you can, like, because this car is really good in the rain, really insane. I would like to, you know, compare it to like people who make a Mustang or something. Maybe Kaboom will make some American, some Mustang or something. Maybe a Camaro or something. We will also do like when that classic American car thing comes around to my town. First of all, I will film it. It will not be like a professional video about like, hey guys, but I will film some burnouts and, you know, sights and sounds, you know. Just because I enjoy watching those kinds of videos, you know. And then maybe it could, you know, bring some tourism to the next year, you know. Some interests, you know. Because a lot of people who don't like gaming might, you know, doesn't matter, you know. This is like a personal channel. This is not like a gaming channel or anything. It's like I want to share everything here. And gaming is part of the thing that I do a lot. So sometimes if I do something other, a lot something else creative, you know. If I ever do get to go on a road trip around Europe, you know, in my own car, then I will maybe not make like a vlog, like really like, hey guys, you know, like and subscribe guys, you know. but be like, you know, what's going on, especially if I have patrons. Because, you know, it seems like if people have goodwill and disposable income, they will, like, over time, they will be like, okay, maybe I should give a little donation and stuff, you know. I'm not expecting any, like, $1,000 donations when I hit 1,000 subscribers or anything big. I'm just, if I could get $1, $1, I need $1 is what I need, you know. And then I can be like, I'm a professional e-racer. Technically. You know. Because I was a professional musician before, technically, as well, you know. I did earn money playing music. But it was not like it was through a school band, you know. It was not like, you know, something that I really set up myself and really worked on, you know. It's more thing where you were like, you show up and then, you know, the band decides what they're going to play and what we... The better you get, the more freedom you get. Because, you know... You know what? I'm gonna take one extra, but I'm gonna be fast about it. Let's see how fast I can do it. Look, 3, 2, 1, go. Speed run. The fastest bong smoker in the west of Denmark. Yeah. Maybe I should do it like that in the future. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, right now. I'll elaborate after. Where's my lighter? Fuck! Run's dead. But what I'm gonna do tomorrow is that I'm gonna check out the JP Group's social media presence, if they have any. Because, you know, I have a plug in there, you know, through the... what's it called? You know, through the system. And they are very... it's not like I want them to, oh, take pity on me. It's more like they are helping people in difficult situations and who are on welfare and stuff. And if they feel like you can add value to their company, then they will happily, you know, have you for some hours, you know. I'm not expecting anything big. If I could go there and like pack some car parts for a few hours a week, then I would be more than happy, you know. Just stand there and be like, I wonder what kind of driving this part is going to do, you know. What the owner is going to feel. I hope the owner is going to get happy, you know. And I would like to convey the same things as, you know, I would like to really test, you know, in real life. And since this is a parts company, you know, at least if I have the money, then I would like, you know, go for something that they have parts for, because then it's easy for me. It's not because I necessarily dream of like driving a Porsche or whatever. It's more like it's way more convenient for me and way cheaper than buying a Ferrari. You know, it's simply a matter of I don't know what it's a matter of, but it's And I know you can get like, there is Ferrari dealers and you can get parts and stuff, but they're certainly not around, right around the corner, you know. Sometimes when I just drive around on my moped, like when the weather is good, I haven't done that this year, by the way, so I need to do that as well at some point, preferably this week. But like, need a little more. I need to adjust the research on limited slip differentials, because I don't want to just adjust something that I don't really understand anything about, where I don't understand what I'm doing, and then I'm just adjusting something, because I have the luxury of like watching a YouTube video first and taking the DC and, you know, taking the laps while I watch the YouTube video and, you know, going on pause. Hi David. Let's see how fast this really is. Whoa, not fast enough, but I teased it a little bit. I should have lifted there, but you know, I needed to know if I had you really need what you really need for this is like, you know, the downforce and all that, but if I can do without it, then I'm fine. You know, I like it to be stylish as well, and I can always do like a 2019 Porsche GT3 tuned up, tuned down or whatever, you know, we'll see what the PP levels is on whatever car I want, and then we do something similar, you know. If people are up for it, or else I will just, you know, gradually upgrade and see, you know, drive against NPCs, set up custom races, you know, and see how they square up. And I will do like all kinds of different cars. It will not just be Porsche 911s, you know. Whoa, the grip through there. I think one of the best things I can do next really is suspension. I think that's very relevant for this track, because it's much more of a, you know, fast corners, and, you know, I learned a lot about, you know, and the principle is pretty easy. You have to think about what forces go where when you do what, you know. It's a long story, but it's all in the lecture, Physics of Racing, which I will put in the description. I'm not putting it in chat right now, because, I mean, if you're watching this right now, you probably hardly, but I will, like, in the future link it in the description, and like have it in the description when I get like over to, you know, streaming on PC or something. Yeah, a little lower, you know, stiffen up the suspension here would be nice. But when I stiffen up the suspension, it's not like I'm going to like adjust them, you know, and then you know, I'm gonna stiffen the springs first and maybe lower the ride height a little bit, because stiffer springs is usually a little bit, gives you a little less ride height as well. But right now it looks pretty good, you know. And with a setup it would be, you know, with stiffer springs, stiffer suspension, it would be faster on the ring as well. And the weight would transfer a lot better into the rear as well, so it won't be as bad on the outside, you know. It's all about, you know, stiffer suspension can react faster to the forces that's going into them. You don't really need fast reacting suspension. It sounds weird saying fast reacting suspension would, you know, that's how it is in a road car, really, because you want a comfortable ride. But you know, I don't really mind a stiff car, you know. The moped is pretty rough riding, you know, and I really love feeling the road, you know. It's like part of, you know, it's part of the experience, just feeling the road beneath you instead of just floating over it. Look, I'm like just, and it's not like I'm just totally out of control, you know. I'm very in control here, you know. It's all about staying consistent, and we have 2 laps left, you know. This is much better on track than it is in a straight line, that's for sure, you know. See, with the stiff body and everything, the suspension is not quite there yet, but it is a little bit slidey. I have the inside, so it's all good. Come on. Yes. At least it's not like the Spa 24-hour where it's like car number 69, drive-through penalty, track limits, turn, whatever turn it was, you know. They're really strict about track limits these days, because they have the technology to look at it, you know. But I'm really catching up. It's like a whole other car, but I'm still, you know, the limit is 350. Not 350, 650. So I might not do like the races or whatever, but I will do like 350 and like just, you know. So then I can also tune it, like if it's like slightly above, and then think about what I can do to like detune it just a tiny bit, because it will be almost the same experience, you know. You can change the, you know, things on real race cars as well, you know, and real cars as well, you know, a little bit, you know. Whoa. I am getting very confident. I only need 11 seconds up to the leader. Oh, I can see them right there. And I need to relax my left arm a lot more. Like a lot more. Whoa, right within the line. I can brake much later on this thing now than I could last time I was at this thing. But you can see the acceleration is like insanely. I think the two ones in front is like the newer Porsches. Shit, rain. Rain on Spa, never fun, never fun. Always fun, but on lap 5 out of 5, where you have to like, if it had been from lap 1, maybe I would be a little bit more. But don't. Fuck it. I cheesed it a little bit, but that's what happens in amateur racing sometimes. Unless you do it intentionally, then I mean, maybe you would get a little penalty for that, and I would totally understand that. Don't brake as hard because you don't have as much traction. I'm not saying all those things to maybe like teach you that I'm, you know, keeping my thoughts in the right place to drive the car, and you know, sharing my thought process. If we could get second here, then it would be very good. But I don't know how much we can catch up to first. Oh, he's right there, so maybe a lot, maybe not. Oh, we were on 4 traction control as well the whole time, so shit. Stay on the dry line. Shit. And the dry line is often just straight up the racing line, but can vary a little bit. Shit. I might be faster than Nürburgring in the rain, but that surely doesn't translate to being fast everywhere else, you know. You can see Spa is a much different beast. The rain is also very, very, very bad right now. On the Nürburgring 24-hour, not the Nürburgring, but the Spa 24-hour this year, that was like something very similar to this kind of, you know, right at the last lap, kind of at the last laps, you know, it's a long one. So when you say the last part of a traction control screwed me over there a little bit because it held back my power. But third. That's a good start. Very good start. Let's get the data on the screen. Oh, I know what video I will watch tonight. Super GT, the guy who really blew up with Gran Turismo Sport. He made some really good videos on it. Did he stream as well? I don't remember if he streamed in the start. I don't. But yeah. I mean, what Super GT is doing right now is he's also doing some go-karting and stuff. I don't need to race on the level that Dreamy Broadband or whatever does. It's just I'm an enthusiastic driver who and they apparently got good skills, you know, from what they learned in e-racing, and apparently a lot of you know, good drivers have a background in e-racing, so maybe there's something to it. It's not like a unique thing at all, you know. And real drivers do e-racing as well, you know. Gt7 and Lando Norris, people like that stream all the time. There's real drivers who stream all the time, over on Twitch in particular, but also on YouTube. Gt7 has a YouTube channel, at least. I'm subscribed to it, but I never get anything from it. I have to, I think I have to rewatch some of the videos or something and make sure the bell is turned on to, because I really, yeah. because he's a really good streamer as well, and it's like Danish and English, you know. So he has a good balance, you know. A lot of Europeans do dual English streams, and I don't think that it should be required for a streamer to not speak his or her own language on the stream, you know, because they have real life friends and maybe they're not as good as English, and you know, be tolerant, you know. It's not like we're gonna close you out of the conversation or anything, you know. I'm gonna translate if it's something I want to translate. Sometimes you might say something a little bit more private in Danish, because it might be you know, because you know your friend is the only one. It's like having a secret language, you know. It's very good. So what do we want to do next? I want to go to... Actually, stiffening up the suspension is... I think the suspension is like key here. But I really got good traction over the rear, and I just need a little bit more, I think. Just a tiny bit more. I don't know, this car is like way more powerful than the Porsche I did in the start. I feel way more confident, because I just gave it the engine upgrades in the start, and then now I can't really put the things on because I can't detune it enough, really. Yeah. Or like I'm not on a comfortable enough margin to detune it, like. But that's the thing, now we are at Spa, like we are having a Spa weekend. You know, getting our toes a little wet, you know. Having fun in the water and you know, having a whale of a time. But I think I'm gonna go for like a few more hours. We don't need to watch the whole replay. I need to keep reminding myself of that. It's not like, but you know, we were there, you were there, and I felt it. So a little bit more Kimi Raikkonen. 6 minutes 3 seconds before the leader. I mean, I know it's the top speed that's lacking, but maybe. Actually, I think I will change the color of the car, just right quick. I need a brighter red, like a duct tape red, you know, not something metallic or anything, you know. That's how the real ones it decides what colors to make the liveries. Livery editor. Great design. Great from existing style. Paint, body, everything. I want like a red, but it's solid. Special colors. No. I mean, I do want the soul red color picker. Ooh. Oh yeah, and it does update live on the car. Good. Get very dark red. Oh, you can get back. Whoa! That's easy to recreate, isn't it? Maximum red. Yeah. That's a fast red right there. And it fits the duct tape color as well. It just doesn't need to be metallic rear wing color palette. Oh, and it's only that one. Good. So we can make that carbon at some point. But right now I want it black. Because I usually, if I want to hide the rear wing a little bit, you know, so it's not like sticking out as much. You see it's sticking out very much now. And I know it's a black background, but I mean that for now. While we're in here anyway, you know. Other, what is other? We're looking like for parts that blinking. That's why I do it like this. Ah, is that one of them? I have no idea, you know. So we just do like this. Body too. We could do the wide hood, but and a wide wing, but that's a little too much. Like this to be a subtle kind of thing, like a sleeper race car, you know. Like it's not just your normal Porsche 911 side mirrors. Of course they do, like, you know what they do. And body. That's the body. Kind of dig that look actually. At least I dig that green. So. Okay. For now, that's good. I want the carbon rear wing after at some point, but I never had the carbon on my. I had the like Nero Daytona or whatever. No wheel paint. Save. Red. That's a way better red compared to what I was like having before. Like in comparison to like what kind of red I kinda like to have on my cars. I had the pure red before. Look at that yellow as well. Looks kinda good in the yellow as well, but red is my thing. Red is the color that works for me. Oh, paint color. It's a real paint. Oh, was that it? Yeah, pure red. That's my red right there. Super red is also, I don't know, acceptable. We need the, to scroll down to the carbon. I haven't looked through all these at all yet. But there's a good selection of colors, and it's very nice that it's not like you have to wait for them each week. I would imagine that carbon is like way at the bottom. I mean, I found it pretty easily before, like the first time I was scrolling through this, but now maybe it's in the blacks. I just thought it would be a Nero Daytona. That's the one I used to. It's nice to see what manufacturers made what colors, because I just thought it was like some of them was like, you know, also from gunmetal. America. Oh, carbon. Oh, that's just the color carbon. So I'm taking it, that's because I want the carbon fiber thing. But if it's not like immediately here, it's like I'm going through the blacks and then that's it. And then I will manually search it later. Yeah, we're doing that later. But now I'm gonna turn the rear wing a little bit more up and see if that can tame the rear end a little bit more before I like start messing around with suspension. I will take a few Supras as well as later. This challenge has just been the one that like, so instead of like just going at it all bullheaded, I would I'm going to like just build this from the ground up because I've found a car that I really like and a class that I really like, you know, and it's the first challenge anyway, and you know, it's like, so everything kind of culminates right now, and it's very good. Because if I wasn't streaming it, I would be doing it anyways, like. Just sitting here on my ass all day, playing video games and smoking dope. I'm not gonna say the next part of that that quote because people might not know it. So it sounds it's a little rude, but I mean everybody does it. So no shame in that. If you know the quote, no shame in knowing the quote. You know. But I make it sound like it's like all the time. It's like normal, you know. Sometimes not, sometimes. But that's TMI. I think it's varied for everybody. But I'm a grown person. I mean, I'm an adult. I have a sex life, you know. And talking about that stuff, you know, being open about that. It's also a taboo thing that people think it's like not normal. Apparently. And now I have an open mic to the world, so I can just say whatever I want. I'm not using it to make like cool hip-hop lyrics or songs or anything, but I don't need to sing out my feelings to describe whatever I'm feeling. I have the... Oh, look, the wing looks so much better now because of the black, you know. You notice it's so much less. But I do want it in carbon, though. But that's a fast red. But we will compare this red to a pure red. But instead of calling it pure red, I will call it reliable red. Because that's the name of this race car for now, at least. And for other red race cars that I race a lot in, you know. It's not just any car that can get that title. It first of all has to be red. And then we can take it from there. But I think Porsche is done showing off her new paint job. I mean, Porsche is a good girl's name for a car, you know. Then you can just call it Porsche. That's a girl's name already, and then it's not really cringy. And then it's just like kind of under the radar. But it became a, you know, a girl's name because I'm pretty sure Porsche, you know, Ferdinand Porsche. But I know Mercedes, it started as the Benz with like Carl Benz and stuff. But then I can't remember if it was his predecessor, not predecessor, but the guy who followed him, who like had a good customer who had a you know, this was the 18 whatever you do. I had like probably a daughter who was probably like only 16 and he was probably 60, to be honest. But let's not judge the past in the light of the present, you know. We know better now, you know. But yeah, no matter what age she was and no matter what about, it's named after, the Mercedes is named after a girl that was named Mercedes. So it's funny how those two is like kind of the opposite way around. But what I really need is like changing the interior color. What I really need the roll cage as well. I don't know how to put that in as well. Maybe I can put it in now that maintenance and servicing. Maybe I can do it now that I have modification, white body, restore rigidity, white body, no. I just want to see if I can do it. You know, we're messing around with menus and stuff. It's a new game, and now I pressed circle by accident. Fuck me. Ah, good. Racing items. Bonnet pin. Whoop. Why can't it be fitted on my current car? Maybe there's no roller cage available for this, but I mean... If I at least could change the interior to like white seat belts or something, so it has a little bit of the white. I need to ask Kaboom operator about that, because there must be something. Because it can't be that you get like a yellow car that you really like to use and then you paint it on a different color and... Sorry, should have muted the mic. But that was a really good one. Like, very audible. Very uncharming. I'll never do that again, but maybe I'm a little bit too relaxed when I'm streaming. Fitment spec. There's actually on the like synthwave playlist I'm playing, there's like a white Ferrari F40. So maybe we should when we tune the F40 make it white at least a little bit when I do the synth thing. But we need but the thing is, you will like learn the different set of things. Not assists. Sure. Yeah, 5 because it's better testing that way. I think I would recommend testing unless you like have increased like unless you're specifically testing things like that and feel comfortable doing that. But test on a level where you feel comfortable and have fun. Spay. Good. And increasing the downforce increases the PP as well. Let's increase it to 150 and see how that does. Just so it's a little bit more extreme. And you can see it changes... What? Changes it down? Oh. I lose on the straights, but this car is very fast in the corners. Extremely fast. Like, it's a rocket. It's a missile. I mean, if a lightweight car is this compared to, you know, then a Mazda Miata is very fast when you tune it. This thing only has like 300 horsepower. I wonder what... that's gonna be my next project on this. It's gonna be the Miata, I think. Not the... unless I unlock it very soon, the early Miata, I will not tune that. I will buy simply a new one of the, you know, 0 kilometers, start from 0. I have some experience driving that car, so... And of course we will do like an initial lap of the Nürburgring and, you know, ring around and be like, okay, gathering data, you know. As I call it. Data is not necessarily something that goes into a computer, you know, numbers goes into a computer. It's like about, you know, information. Data means information, and the more information you can store in your head about your own driving and stuff, then I'm really happy with how that turned out. Especially the black wing. The dark wing dog-tailed. That's a good one. Darkwing Dogtail. That reminds me of Deadwing Dog as well. He only has one hand and he plays music and he streams about, you know, talked a little bit about lolcars yesterday. I don't want to go a lot in depth about that because it's more about the psychology, and a lot of people might get attracted to that kind of concept for the wrong kinds of reasons. So no kinds of names or anything, like strictly no engagement. I've never engaged or even been on a channel like on a lol cow. Like I've just been like watching different curators who spend some time, you know, not stalking, because those people, they open a live stream and then they talk about all the bad stuff and say all the negative shit and all, you know, really talk in all the bad ways about everything, you know, and call everybody motherfuckers and say fuck you and fuck you and fuck you, you know, all the time. And I think I'm gonna go back to the other playlist again. It's 2 hours long, so it's not like, it's just like some background music. Yes, YouTube, I'm here, and I really want to be able to watch this 2-hour video without you setting it on pause, because I'm actually watching it, you know. I'm raking out a lot of watch time for those guys as well. I don't know, you know, how they get the music and how they put it together, but it surely is convenient. It's copyright free anyway, at least they say so. If it turns out they have stolen the music, then I'm not responsible. They label it as copyright free, put it on YouTube, and they put some ads on there. You know. So it's a little bit annoying that an ad plays in the background of your video, but it's like, it's there ad, and you can quickly skip it if it's a long one, you know. So it's like just a quick little 5-second mention where they just barely mention the name of a company, and then it's like, so that's worth like 1/1000th of a cent, maybe. For them, for a company in value, but for the YouTubers, the ads go through, and you know, those kinds of things. I like to think about where I spend my time, you know, being lazy about skipping ads. Some ads are pretty interesting as well, because some things inform you about some things, and you know, and if it's a company you never have heard about, you know, you might as well give them, if they can keep your engagement a little bit, you might as well give them like 2 minutes of time listening or whatever, if it's a longer ad, you know. I mean, I'm not gonna watch a 45-minute ad. Like, one of those is like, if it plays while I fall asleep and it's like a channel I really liked, and I'm really happy for the person. If that's the case, I don't know. I also thought about something else, like right now. It's easy with like red and white duct tape to like make even like a boxcar racer with like the red and white. You just need a lot of duct tape. You don't even need a lot of, you know. Easy to line things up. Just cover every car in red duct tape if I can't afford wraps. I could do that for folk racing if I ever built my own car, you know. You only need a roll cage and stuff, and I have a few friends that are interested as well, so I'm sure they would be happy to put a car into the system that maybe if it doesn't get sold, they can use it the next weekend and whatever, so on and so forth. Until we like eventually sell it, and then we can like but in the start I intend to like do it largely by myself, but not like by myself. Because in folk racing, people are not very like, of course they are competitive on track, but they're never like, they're not mean or nasty to each other. They always help each other, and they never like sabotage the other's cars when they work on them, you know. And it would be a good experience, you know, working on some cars and learning that. I've been thinking about volunteering for motorsports things. I've been thinking about a lot of stuff, but that one also has a dark wing duck tail. I need the tail to put the tail part on, or else it doesn't make sense. I was like, dark wind dog, what did I mean to say? You know, I forgot the pun a little bit, but dark wind dog tail. Put that, write that down. You know, we're really putting in the legwork now to really have a chill time in the next few years, where I don't have to talk much about my personal life if I don't like. It really writes these things nicely. Like, there's nothing at all now. But like, have just, you know, duplicate your current setup when you like come to a new whoa, that was almost full speed. Maybe it can be a little bit more comfortable for you now. Yeah, a little wide, but this is about testing, not about, you know, we'll be within the track limits, you know, at the end of the race, you know. You can take chances and stuff without it being like, without you screwing actual people over, you know. On the inside of Jimmy Broadbent here. And on the outside of Alonso in the pink car. I just thought of that, he's in a pink car this year. It's like, I really like that pink car, so we should have it. Lando Norris can be the Golf one. You know, as you can tell, I have a lot of time to think about stuff on my hands, you know. So, a lot more time than other people have, and I use this opportunity to really get something out of it, you know, while I have the time, at least. You know, streaming might not be the thing I will do forever, but it's surely a good launch into, you know, the things I want to do in life, you know. So oh yeah, I described Super GT, the video I wanted to watch later, but I didn't describe the video at all. He did a video where he did like Gran Turismo 7 Nürburgring in like pouring rain, and the thumbnail things is like almost undrivable. I need to set up my car for a little bit more understeer in the mid corner. I'm not, that's not like original thought. I'm just thinking there, and like, it's just me applying and being a freaking parrot about what the great guy says. I need to watch that again before I start my next stream, and then really be, because he has a YouTube channel as well. He really does, and he uploads clips. I think the last one is like 10 months ago. So it's not like it's a dead channel where it's like a video from 2 years ago or whatever. It's, you know, the video is from like 2018, so it's 4 years ago. You know, I'm from the 90s, so I grew up with like, you know, 95 is 5 years ago. So in my head it's like, you know, because as a kid that was very convenient, and I need to... you know, and for many years that was very, very convenient. I grew up with that, and but 2018 is now 4 years ago, you know. 4 years ago this year, so. But it's still relevant, you know. Physics don't change, the laws of physics don't change, and they will definitely not change on the... Can I keep on the outside here? It would be very nice if you won't be. And then I have the inside here. See? Give him a little space, of course. Ah, he's on my outside again. But we just need to keep the cornering speed a little bit more than him. The traction control should be in full. So we're already 1.5 seconds ahead. And the rain, you don't really lose so much grip as you would think when you're on the dry track, you know. And this really gives you a lot of experience in like different weather, because you know a lot of racing is done in the summertime where it's less likely to you know, sometimes some years it rains and some years it doesn't, and it's very random what kind of practice you get on which tracks, you know. You know, I've driven here but for many years, but never in the rain, you know. And then there's like many tracks where you have barely driven in the dry, you know. At least that's what it would be like in real life, you know. So here it's like you get a lot of experience. The more laps you do, the better. And even more so in Gran Turismo 7. Even that was braking a little too early. It's crazy. And all I have added is a little bit of downforce. So far at least. I'm 16 seconds behind. So it would be very nice if it would clear up a little bit. And I of course have like traction control on full. It's not like the rear wing is just insane, you know. It's like you would drive a road car. So come on. Oh, almost. Doesn't matter that we caught it a little bit. It's about the learning experience and, you know, trying it out. You know, it's like in Formula 1 practice if you gotta stop and go penalty for cutting a corner. I think we can snag a good third here. Oh. But if you want to see some incredible driving in the rain at this track, the spare 24 hour from this year, last year it is now. Like, just watch the last 20 minutes. If you really want to go back and watch the last 6 hours, I've never seen something so insane. And they were like within like between 20 seconds and right up the ass of each other, like for the last 6 hours in a row. So it was just normally in 24-hour races, it's maybe like the last hour where I go a little harder, and then for the last 20 minutes you go really hard. Here it was like they needed to go hard all the time. And then it started to rain, and one of them got caught out of in the rain, you know, and on slicks. And in this corner, right here, in the rain, there was an overtake right on the outside, you know, in the rain on slick tires, and it was insane. It was so insane. I won't spoil the ending at all. 2021 Spa 24 hour, it's on YouTube. I saw it on YouTube. So you don't need any like special TV channels. There's a lot of motorsport on YouTube. And I will get some help to set up a Discord to, you know, to have sharing those kind of channels and stuff. But I subscribe to a lot of them. The Race is one of them, and IMSA Official is another one. And BARC in big letters. You should find a British, it's the British Auto Association. They race every kind of car every weekend. That's the one where Jimmy Broadbent races as well. He doesn't race in every race, he races in one class. But I would recommend hang around for every race, you know. I do. Like when I'm in a motorsports mood and I see You know, races are on Sundays mostly. That's the motorsports tradition. Racing on Sundays and training on Saturdays, you know. In the weekends, because then you have the... I don't think motorsport has ever been like... whoa... Might be able to get second here again. But like I didn't need all this downforce on the Nürburgring, you know. Shit. Holy shit, we're up to 5 viewers. I just saw that out of the corner of my eyes. Up to second. And we still haven't touched the power on this car at all. We're just gradually tuning, and then we started testing on the Nürburgring a lot, and because this is the first races I really had trouble with. I would show you how it was at the start, but I'm way too like right now I know exactly what's on the car and what's going on, and so I'm gonna buy another one that I'm gonna keep completely stock to show you at some point. Oh, speaking of Deadwing Dog, he's also alive. If you want something to laugh at. Not at him, but... I saw the title pop up. It was like rip off the Darman videos. You know. If you've never seen a Darman video, you're in for a... You're in for a wild ride. So I know I just redirected some, you know, to a guy that has like thousands of views, but hey, he's a very interesting guy, and I'm sure if you're like as into Gran Turismo 7 right now, where you're actually searching up tuning videos and stuff, you will maybe come back, you know. But this car is proper fast right now. Haven't touched the power at all. The engine at all, like... Started with 295 horsepower, it still has 294 horsepower. I've taken off a lot of the weight and better suspension. I added a spoiler, better tires. Of course, that was the first thing I did, and the last thing I did before yesterday, because the brakes were fine for the whole stream, you know, and for the whole, you know, it was fine for the balance of the car, you know. But then before the stream ended, I changed the brakes and did a few laps at the end of the stream, and then before I went to bed, I did like 2 more laps, and this morning I did a few laps as well. So before I started the stream, I was a little tired this morning, but I'm just... The reason we're not just going away from the replay to the next race is because we're interested a little bit in the quartering speed and the top speeds and things like that from upgrade to upgrade. Now we have tested a lot on the Nürburgring, which is where you need very, very little downforce compared to what you need on Spa. Like, it's very, very apparent. Normally I would just, you know, in GT Sport you couldn't adjust those things. And I really appreciate the challenge, you know. I'm up for the challenge. And, you know, the more you learn, the better you will be. And if you just set up the car a little bit to what you like and learn a little bit, then you will be better off than the people who don't do anything and just, you know. So level is also gonna be more about that now, which we're going to have to take in stride, you know. And there's always, you know, setup videos you can do. There's probably somebody who's like really good at making some setups who can just like make some videos, who's like, let's see how much we can get on the straight here. You know, the last thing you look at when you're racing is the speedometer. So you might glance at it on the straight, but only if it's in a convenient place. But I can't wait to see what happens when you add power to like a well set up car, you know, how the at least set up to what I like in a car. I know it's a little bit, you know, but it's like, you know, gradually. We have a lot of time with this game, so you know, it's not like it's gonna die after 2 weeks. I'm at least gonna keep playing it, and I have some friends who want to play with me, and we will at least keep it alive together. And there of course will be online races that will... it's still a popular game, you know, so there will of course always be online races. Always. And if people are not confident on you know, setups and stuff, and it's like Gran Turismo 7 is very expensive right now and I don't have a PS5, I would recommend buy Gran Turismo Sport first, you know, or at least buy it on the side to do the racing on, you know, online. It's way more focused on online. If you just want to a more easy online experience where you don't have to worry about setup, GT Sport has you covered. And here you go over and learn. So I think if they keep GT Sport alive and keep updating it a little bit, it will not be like with progressive weather, but it will be in good conditions, you know, where you don't have to worry about that stuff. I think that will be a good, you know, balance of things. At least, you know, I learned a lot on GT Sport. I have only like the only like quote unquote serious racing, e-racing I've done was like in GT Sport. So, but now we're going to tune the suspension a little bit, see how that goes. Because we only need a few seconds on the leader. I think if we lower the ride height, that's the first thing. I think no, I haven't touched the suspension at all, so. But this is part of the Platinum Trophy as well, you know, going the distance trophies. You need to do upgrade a car for some cars certain amounts of times, and you know, this will inevitably help me a lot later in the later game when the races inevitably get harder. I will know a lot more about what to do, and I will not do it as gradually. I will just set it up and go. But this is a very important learning experience for me right now. At least if I want to keep my A rating, that's the mission. But if online works, I will do like a title. Can I keep my AS rating or whatever? Instead of like for the 100%. I mean, I will put the road to 100% and the platinum trophy in the title. And platinum trophy, whatever hunt. And it will go in the total playlist, you know. Because right now it's all about, you know, the whole experience in the beginning and all that. And going the distance together is a platinum trophy as well. It's 13. It's going the entire length of the German Autobahn in online. So, and 50 sports mode races. It's not like victories or anything. You just need to complete them. So you don't have to sandbag for this. And now that I'm not comfortable saying I had to sandbag a little bit to get those wins and pole positions, but you still had to, you know, win the race and drive the car and that is straight up unsportsmanlike behavior, you know. If you do that in real life, it's like disqualifiable, you know, if they find out that you sandbag too hard or whatever to get a boost in performance or get in a lower league to, you know. But I needed those things because it was the only things that I needed for the platinum trophy. I mean, maybe in this game, if it was a thing, I could do it naturally over time, but we're consistently getting second now, so I can see the lifetimes on the replays are not there either anymore as well. But at least you can see on the map how far you are ahead, and it will say on the thing, the list. I've driven 700 kilometers in this already. Can't remember. I got third, didn't I? Oh, I got second. I see. I just got the end of my stream on my iPad is way behind, 11 minutes. There we go. Catching up. But second. And we were only a few seconds behind first, so... To see, he was... Oh, this is the start of the lap. I thought it has just ended the final lap, so... But here you can really go... If you go back to yesterday, you know, I can't show it right now what the car was like yesterday, but if you go back yesterday, I mean, I might be live right now, and if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask. But I would recommend like watching from the start and see what this car was in the start when I started this, because it was really not this on rails like crazy at all. I did my first lap. I think I did 2 laps on the Nürburgring on the hard comfort tires. I had bought the soft sports tires and the rain tires just to just to show how tires, you know, would, you know, that's the first thing I changed, and that's the easiest things to change on your car, because every once in a while you need new tires anyway. So if you would like to upgrade your car, better tires is the best thing to add first, you know. It's the only part of the car that's actually in in contact with the road, you know. And the softer the better, but a road tire can't be too soft. Racing tires are only made to last a few 100 kilometers, you know. Road tires, you can, you know, go on road trips, even though it has like it's high performance and stuff. And you can get really good grip on those. I drove my friends. I'm not gonna keep mentioning the specific car, but if you go back in the streams, you can hear me talk about that as well. Because I will put this into a playlist, and I have playlists on my channel. My friend has had a convertible on very good tires. It didn't have a lot of horsepower. It only had 130 horsepower and it weighed 1 ton. So if you're a real enthusiast and in love of this car, you know which one it is already. And even though it was the Targa version with like where you have the thing behind you, where everybody is like, it's a little bit, it's not as open roofed as a convertible. You don't notice it at all. Like that really is, you know. Targas are okay, and I think a Targa would be more realistic to be able to race with. But second, and we need to catch 8 seconds now. Over 5 laps. So if we start by lowering the ride height, and then after, then we stiffen the springs. Oh. But I think we can win this this stream, you know. So we can take a few Supras and then we can yeah. I think instead of the thing I promised with like ukulele and stuff, I'm gonna work more off stream and then really have something better, you know. Because then I'm more secure, I have something to play and I'm not like... And then it's just make a replay a few minutes long, you know, maybe a good length, and then, you know, play a song and maybe improvise a little bit at the end of the streams, not during the streams, like just to wind down, you know. So it's like if you want to hear it, you can hear it, but if you don't want to, there's nothing like really important like going to be any more tuning or something going on. But that's not now at all. Settings. Car settings. Detail settings. And what was it? The ride height. Let's just you know, gradually tuning. Let's upgrade, like, see what that does. We're not going to do the anti-roll bars yet, but we are going to because anti-roll bars is usually something like normal cars don't really have. You can see that increases the horsepower as well, but I think before you add horsepower, I just want to make sure that it did save detailed settings, and it should be in 70 and yeah, good. But let's I just need to look at the clouds a little bit. We like looking at the weather in games in this community. And when I say this community, it sounds like I'm a bigger YouTuber than I am. And that's because I'm part of like a huge community that mostly revolves about Red Dead Redemption, and usually it's horse videos that or something that at least we like, you know, horses and stuff in Red Dead as well. So, you know, it's fun to play a cowboy game every once in a while. The gun playing is very different to like GTA, but I like both, you know. Sometimes it's nice to get a little bit away from, you know. It's a little bit like if your GTA character went camping, you know. Or back in time or whatever. Taking the deluxe show. Where we going? We don't need roads. And then ending up in roads. Record scratch. Ending up in roads. Oh no! Sorry, I'm smoking a little bog. I would never smoke and drive in real life, but this is video games and yeah. Let's just say it's not equally for fun every time I smoke. But I am, you know, cutting it down. But I don't know how long I will keep streaming. Now I will get a, you know, good high going, and then we will do at least this twice, you know. Do some laps, and you know, the professor said, you know, I'm just gonna call him the professor until I can remember his name better. I will remember his name in the next stream, I promise. I will practice and repeat it over in my head. But the professor said that, you know, what you would really need for like good experience is like where people could come out to a track, do a lap, drive into the pits to, you know, adjust something, do a lap, feel how it feels to maybe do 2 laps and then come in and, you know, of course be observant of like, so you can be alone, but like it's a tuning track day, you know. And there's a lot more amateur racers out there than you would think. A lot. It just doesn't look like a lot when we are dispersed all over the planet, like large areas. But you know, when everybody likes to come together at like certain places, you know, then, you know, people come from all over the place to see races, you know. And I had told my dad that I would like to go see some folk racing, and whenever we can, and he said, yeah, then we would have to look at the schedule then. So That means yes, we're going, and like translated to plain English. That means yeah, whenever I have time, because he's very busy with his work, and he's kind of in a business where it's nothing like life or death serious, but it has to do with farming and like technology around farming and computers and stuff. And when the harvest is around, for example, it's very busy, and then it's less busy sometimes, you know. And then he's like, you know, he doesn't just take a vacation, you know, just because he feels like he needs a vacation. He takes a vacation whenever there's time, you know. It's not even, you know, he travels all over the place in Europe. He've even been to India to make some things, so it's very inspiring. He's a very intelligent man. Probably the smartest man I know, in many ways. But you know, I also know him like more fully than, you know, than you guys would ever do. And more than I could ever explain, so, you know, actions speaks louder than words, and I see the actions, you know. But I feel like, oh shit, lowering the suspension really helped. But it's very oversteery and like, but that we can fix with anti-roll bars the next lap. Oh, not the next lap, but the next race. It's because the Nürburgring is only one lap. Shit, a little too hot into the corner. Traction control is screwing me over a little bit as well, so. Because on 5 it's like very restrictive. So we only need to do that in the rain, really. Because it's getting so dull, you know, that it doesn't even, you know, can't balance it correctly. That's why it's better to drive without traction control generally. It's because you can balance the car way better. You get the feel for it. Wow! It feels so great in that corner, like... That was insane. We're really up against the big boy Porsche now, so shit. Don't think about it as like a serious F1 race or something. Regulations here, it's like track day. Regulations. It's just a little fun road car, road tire, you know, kind of thing, you know. I don't even use the wet tire when it's wet, because the road tires are actually pretty good in the wet. I have experience when you really get good on them. I think a lot of people would like just slick and road tires and rain tires, but I'm going to do specific road. I know it might sway a little bit in my favor in the start, but you know, you're welcome to practice on road tires as well. So and in the future I will have like open lobbies, straight up open lobbies on road tires, and then in the start at least we will do the 650 pp, because that's what this is. But not specifically like Porsche 911s, just all kinds of different cars, you know, everything is permitted. Because, like, we would like to see how different cars perform, you know. And then maybe later we will do, like, more restrictive, like... But like road cars and road tires, and then maybe some more, you know, kind of the same thing with a higher PP with some race cars as well, where you can choose whatever like kind of race car you want. So if you want like a front wheel drive missile, you can just have a front wheel drive missile and like don't worry about it. And then we will also have open lobbies on. In the start, we will definitely like mostly do it at the Nürburgring because that's where we have the best chance to like look at other people's cars and, you know, in the spectator thing while we drive around and like compare. Like we will like meet each other every once in a while on the lap, you know, and then we can like. See what's what. It doesn't have to be racing always. Sometimes we just need like tuning days. At least I feel, because this is going to be very and then of course when there comes some sort of leak, I don't know if it's gonna have the FIA name on it or what, but I think they're gonna continue their series leaks and stuff, because it was very good following. I just haven't like, I wasn't really aware whenever it was live, but I saw a few like I saw a few live events of Gran Turismo Sport, and it was very exciting, you know. They do it in very, very nice places as well, like the Nürburgring, and like all over the world. And it's not like I'm ever gonna be fast enough, because, you know, Gran Turismo is like very specific skill. I'm not going for a championship. I'm just going to be a decent amateur driver, you know, to see if I can stack up in real life, and if I can, I want to like just have a good time, you know, in the weekends while I play some music for a more secure income, because I know how to monetize that way better. And it's not like everything is like monetization. But I've been on welfare for quite a while and had a lot of bad days, and now it's the good days, and I'm just enjoying the good days while they're around. So mediating the good times by the bad times by sharing the good, you know. Oh, I'm only on lap 3. Look, it's insane how fast I'm catching up. Like, and I can see first already. So that's just the ride height, you know, getting lower to the ground. That's not even stiffer suspension. What's that? 4, 3, 2, and can we see first? No, but we're only 9 seconds behind. Oh, right on the limit of the corner. That wouldn't have been a penalty on GT Sporters, would it? At least. And then we're gonna get this guy to suck me up. I know it's nice that it's not always like either like, you know, transitioning from rain to something. Sometimes in real life and I know I compare this a lot to real life, but it's because they like to call themselves the real driving simulator, and I like to put that to the test, you know. Even they had the GT Academy back in the day, but that's not a thing anymore. I think they actually did quite well. They put some Gran Turismo drivers on Le Mans, and the only problem was that they had made the only front-wheel drive LMP1 car ever. Look, I'm lacking on top speed, and when I'm done setting up and doing all the other things, you know, because I want to show like some cars have like very strong sides. At least I feel like that's what I'm like learning right now. I'm gonna try to convey what I'm learning. Whoa, shit! A lot of oversteer there. The professor says that a little bit of mid-corner understeer is like mid-corner understeer, not just understeer in general. Is kind of what you want. But here we have the freedom to, you know. I don't even have like front like any downforce things. I mean, you can add that if you really want to, but I have it on the other car. But the other car is not as rapid as this one, at least not in the corners. I think it has a way bigger top speed. It's like the top speed is insane, but not much else because I tuned it up. Like I read the challenge like wrong in the menu book. It was like tune up to between 600 and 650, you know. Whoa, I was really smooth there. Na, 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 na. Nice save. Even though the traction control is on full, that at whatever speed I was going, you know, above highway speed, you know, how it feels when you're getting on the highway for the first time in a long time. If you're one of the people like me who only drives on occasions. I'm a good driver though. I'm very observant because I drive my moped every day, so I know the traffic from both the cyclists, and we have a lot of cyclists, and we have like specific bike lanes that is very, very nice where I can ride my moped legally. Not you can't ride like just any moped. It's because it can only go 35 kilometers an hour, which is 20 miles an hour or something. And if there's people around or traffic or something, I just, you know, it's automatic gear. It has 2 gears, so I just, you know, let off the throttle and. Especially if there's like animal, like a dog, a guy walking his dog or children or something. Because the last thing you want to do is like, I mean, even though you want to get there and get there fast, and even though you're a little late, you would be a heck of a lot more late and a lot more trouble than having to say, oh, I'm sorry that I'm a little late if you knock into a person, you know. Oh, perfect. Just block him out a little bit, and then you know, you can drive a little dirty. So. We had 8 seconds on the leader last time, but now the car felt like insanely good, and that was just the right height. But it's just set to maximum. It might be better if I have it up a little bit, but we will test fine-tune things later. Right now we just like kinda do the effects like a little bit a little bit more to one side and then a little bit more to another side to see how it affects the car differently. But the best experience you can get is like getting in the game and like trying to set it up, or going on GT Sport. And if you're still on GT Sport, you can still practice these things. You can't practice in the rain. Like, I wouldn't recommend the rain in GT Sport is not like worth 2 pots to piss in, so to be honest, like compared to this, just get consistent and very fast on the tracks, because I'm consistent and fast on tracks, you know, on these tracks normally, or decently fast, you know. I'm not like amazing, and I'm not amazing at playing music either. I'm decent at playing, you know, music. But as a decently fast person, my recommendations would be, you know, try these things for yourself. Start with a car that's completely stock, preferably a road car, and then you know, whatever road car you would want to. But the customization is much more thorough here, because you can like add a rear wing. Like, I added the rear wing. That's the only thing. Like, I have that added downforce wise. The front is very good. Like, you don't need the front splitter, I feel like. Sorry. But we need to stiffen up the shocks. Oh, yellow. It's like one of the biggest contenders to the color of red, you know. It's very, very, very close. Oh, hey, it's David. I like, you know, David is a very, very nice person, you know, and he, I don't know how, I can't remember what exactly it is he does, but he curates music. He's the way I would describe it, and the way I have understood it, is he's a music curator, you know. And he has like a lot of things, you know. He first of all, you know, it's not about what he does creatively, because I don't know anything about it. I haven't checked it out really. I'm gonna check the channel after the stream, listen to some of the music, you know, see what's what, and if there's something I feel like he can do better, and if he's open to criticism, I will tell him about it, and hopefully there's some of the things I can use, you know. I would like to promote the channel and give it some watch time, you know, during the stream, because I give these playlists a lot of watch time, you know, and watch time is king on YouTube. That's the like thing you need to understand about YouTube. Not a lot of people know a lot about the YouTube algorithm and how it works and stuff. But I've wanted to be a YouTuber for quite a while, and I like to, you know, research things, and, you know, I overthink everything, and you know, long story short, I've listened to a lot of, you know, also Black Knight and the others talk a lot about streaming and stuff. you know, because it's a hobby, you know. It's actually a quite fun hobby. It's not like they have the goal. Some of them might do, and I hope if they have that, they are going to be open about it, you know, so that we can support each other, because the least we can do is, like, you know, if we like the content and want to have a chill time, and we feel like we have a chill time, you know, then you know, then it's all the better, you know, if we can. Also, when you are in like smaller chats, you get heard a lot better, you know. So it's like, you know, it's a lot easier to talk, build a relation, you feel seen, you know, even though you might not get out a lot, you know, feel like somebody knows that you exist, even though they don't know you personally or anything, but they at least know the gamer tag you would like to be called, you know, and that's all the better. I use my first name because I have originally I would just like to have been like Pilsnor, the anonymous guy who just talks a little bit, you know, and not really have anything personal out there, anything, and just be like, hey guys, and, you know, all those kinds of things, really, and then play music, of course. But this community has really changed that a lot, because I was like, I wanted to stream from my PlayStation, and it was like, well, I needed, first of all, you need to wait 24 hours before you can set up a live stream when you're like setting a live stream. You know. But I mean, if I can't find if I have like, if the body rigidity or something like that I can't like install a roll cage, then I at least would like to be able to change the interior and find out how. But yeah. But I need to get early to bed early, because tonight is tuning, but tomorrow is online, to see if that works. And then we will do a different, like, different title, you know. I like to come up with titles, you know, and be creative with it. You know, they gotta catch them all, you know, because we need all the gold, we need all the trophies, we need all the cars, that's the main thing. That's where I got the idea from, by the way, the single player thing, the menu book, because it's like very like, you have like a Pokédex where you can see how many cars you've owned and how and of course how much money and stuff you spend and earned and stuff, how long you've driven the cars, but then what percentage you have of the cars in the game, you know. And then a whole list where it's like grayed out cars that you haven't owned, and then the ones you have owned is like I can show you. I can show you after, but right now it's just suspension and stuff. So we can just we don't need to go back and tune or anything. I'm fairly happy with the cosmetics of the car right now as well. I have achieved a look that's compromised to fit whatever I wanted to come across. And the reason I chose the Gran Turismo plate instead of the Carrera GT is first of all because then you can remove the front one, which you can't do in Denmark, but we like to pretend. And there's like right above the number plate it says Carrera RS, so and that's what it was saying on the plate as well, so it's a little bit redundant. The GT Sport plate is like, you can also see it's what the other NPCs like, it's on the NPC cars instead of a normal place. So that is the plate at Gran Turismo Island, because at Gran Turismo Island there's no taxes. It's a tax haven for race car drivers. But this car is like getting beastier and beastier. Again, the last thing we're going to do before we just touch the engine is like widening the tires and then do a couple of laps. But like it gives me very good hope for like electric race cars compared to like normal things, if they're balanced and the performance and stuff, you know, in real life. If this is like, but this is only like, you know, it's them that want it to be like the real driving simulator, and they, you know, the maestro Lewis Hamilton, you know, he might not have been champion last year, but he was damn close, and you know, the competition is stiff, and luck plays a part in racing as well, you know, big part sometimes. Sometimes it plays a smaller part where you just can get the little edge you need, and sometimes it plays a heartbreaking part, you know. But racing is racing, and it's decided in the moment. You can't take a race result back. That's a very important. Even though some calls might have been wrong, then they will make sure to make better calls in the future. But that was the best decision they had at the time, and you know, I'm not only specifically speaking about that one race that you got, that you know. See, I gained 2 seconds on the leader already, and we're exiting and going in instead of retry, because then the odometer doesn't reset. It also looks a lot better than, oh, but That's the one I already tuned. I thought it was a new one, like a GT3, a newer GT3. But this is a cool car as well. It's pretty good, but dang, the tuning is way off. Like, I don't even need all the downforce, and I have way too much power, and like, this is really a good learning experience. We will like make this one into a monster as well. More like extreme, like an extreme rear wing, because I like the headlights, but I don't like the rear end. So, but that will be later. I think we will go for something else than a Porsche 911, you know, next time. Oh gee, that was a weird sound during the loading screen. Oof. Oh, and it kept on going. Must be some sort of bug or something. Because of the long loading screens, you know. It must be the PlayStation thinking that really hard or something. I have no idea what that noise was. That was all the soda I had on in that one. But you know what? I'm so happy and stuff that I'm so busy that I just want a cold glass of water, like after this. Like not after this lap, because I might not know many perfect ratios out there, but as I say, or at least as I have said once, the perfect ratio of hydrogen and oxygen is 2:1. I think the next thing for the setup would be a brake balance. I can feel that I completely forgot to change the setup, but then I at least discovered something else, something that I actually did want to change, because you need the brake balance thing to even change the brake balance. But in GT Sport every car had that. You have to actually install something. So I think GT Sport has given the misconception, at least me who don't know anything about car setup. I haven't assumed that the car setting up and stuff, you know, that you just tune and blah blah blah, you know. I always knew that the customization and the tuning was a little bit, you know, the way the suspension things worked was a little, you know, the same ride height and, you know, roll bars, and I played around a little bit with that, you know. But I think it has given a lot of misconceptions about how customizable the average car is. Like I haven't assumed, but I have been led in the direction when I knew a little bit less about cars, that if that's nice. That's nice. Just catching in and then giving the oversteer. And this car is actually good for me as well. It's right on my limit. Not right on my limit, but you know, I can drive a Red Bull X 2019 if I wanted to, but Competizione, you know, I don't drive the 2014 at all because it's not relevant for me. But see, in one extra lap we were like, oop, brake balance. And if we get a little bit less of a load on the front, we will be less likely to lock up the front axle as well. Especially in the rain. That's the thing we are going to do with, you know, tightening up, especially this is like the purpose of like having a tight front end is to like, you know, so the front end doesn't lock up when you brake hard, you know. You see that a lot in the rain. It gets very amplified. That if you brake too hard, the front axle will kind of lock up and not really do anything, so it's hard to turn. And that's again back to the thing about stiffer suspension is like reacting better, you know, to the forces, or not reacting better, but reacting faster to faster moving forces. And again, you don't need that in a road car. That's why road cars are like they are, you know. And the 911 is not set up for like a fast track time, you know. Not the road car at least, and especially not the you know, quote unquote lower you know, lower priced models. Let's just say lower priced models, because it's not like the lower models, you know. This car has a really nice balance as well. I'm really getting along with the rear as well. I keep thinking about this as a middle rear engine, but it's a rear engine. And I'm really getting along with it really nicely. You know, it takes a lot of the weight off the front. But again, stiffening up the suspension is about like, and what needs do we need to get the front end on the back end, you know. If it's under acceleration, you know, if the rear end is playing up under the acceleration, you need to stiffen it. If the front end is locking up under braking, you need to stiffen it. That's pretty much what, but I mean, of course, like, eternally stiff suspension is not a good thing, you know, because then it's like driving on bricks, you know. Like, just have two steel bars instead of suspension, you know. And I mean, in Formula 1 they just have two carbon rods now instead of like instead of suspension parts. With, I mean, they have in the front they have some springs. They're very well hidden in under the nose cone, but integrated into the nose cone, I should say. Come on, let's go. Let's work together. Because I know he's faster than me on the straight anyway. I just need to find a convenient time to brake later than all of them. We'll see how late I can brake now, just because I weigh just under 1 ton and I'm 990 kilograms. But this is our second lap. We didn't do anything because I forgot to. I was talking too much. Concentrating too much on smoking. But I got... that made me, you know, think a lot more about the brake balance because I locked up the front, like, immediately. But through here I would like to have a little bit more, a little less understeer, you know. Or a little more understeer. Slight understeer in the middle of the corner is what the professor said. And this is not about, you know, it's also about doing clean races and pushing yourself, but, you know, flying off the track is, there's no shame in flying off a track. If you fly off the road like an idiot in an incident where you're like going way too fast and putting other people in danger, then you're an idiot. But no shame in, you know. And when I say on the road, I mean in real life, you know, not in video games. Real life and video games are two very, very, very different things, you know. No matter how realistic you make a simulator or whatever, it will never be the same as real life, you know. Never, never, never. For example, the elevation changes here, the G-forces on your neck and stuff. That's also why I don't want to like start in like a huge class. It's like I want to train the G-forces on my neck as well, so just be consistent right now. We don't need to get first right now, you know. If we can just get even more time out. See, that's the thing about doing more laps. The more laps you do, the more time you spend on something, inevitably the better you're going to get. I like to refer to the 10,000 hour rule, which I'm currently doing, having a little personal experiment with, you know, throughout my life. I'm going to, you know, be old, and if I die before I complete it, it's completely fine, you know. But 10,000 hours of racing, either in, you know, Gran Turismo, sim racing, whatever, you know, dirt rally, that kind of stuff. Or if I can get to some folk racing at some point, that would count as well, you know. Because it takes, they say, and it's like a common thing that it's like, takes 10,000 hours to be like, to be an expert at something. So, and Dark Viper AU is a GTA 5 speedrunner that I like a lot. He has inspired me a lot, inspired a lot of like, you know, doing a little bit some voices, even though it might seem cringy, but it gets a point across and it's fairly entertaining, even though it's not like top tier acting, you know. It's only for fun, and it's more fun to have something, somebody just be themselves over a stream, than trying to put on some persona and even put a lid on it too much, you know. Of course, you gotta put a lid on it, you know, and the stream, you know, but. And you know, the good thing about gradually tuning things as well is that you earn more money that you spend. So, a lot more. And inevitably, if you do these races at least, you get, you know, it might not be the most money in the world, but it's the money you currently need to upgrade the car, you know. I think you need to prioritize the coins a little bit in the start, you know. Especially in the start. That's the same in every video game, but then it's just even more satisfying to... Whoa, full speed! Way! But that's with, like, full traction control, I think. Yeah, full traction control. But now I know the car can handle it, you know. And this is the final lap. Oh, oh, ooh! I just turned in as aggressively as I could. That was really close. That was a good one. We learned a lot there. Especially going hard on the last corner because we're only in third anyway. You know, we're going for the victory here, but you know, we're in no rush, even though we are racing. 10 seconds behind, that's a good average. I'm gonna install the brake balance thing, but I'm gonna keep it at 0 at first. And then I'm gonna change it throughout the race, because you can change it like whenever you want. Display all, thank you. We would like to see cornering speeds. This is for the nerds who likes to go down in the detail, you know. People like Brophy. You know, you know, the reason it's not like I'm just name dropping a lot of YouTubers, like, just to give like recommendations or anything. These are just people that I watch a lot, and YouTube has been like the main quote unquote streaming service I have been using for the last many years. Like since 2013 it started, and so almost 10 years I have like really been on YouTube, you know. You know, where you don't know where the time really goes, and you know, but suddenly you look back and it's just 10 years later, you know. At least I have that feeling right now. But I almost don't have any tobacco left, so I will have to roast a cigarette after the next thing, after we stiffen the suspension, and but I will buy the brake balance thing first, so we can just go directly into it. I'll maybe go back and, like, if I can do that, download the clip or something and edit the you know, the stream. I will do like a compilation, like gradually tuning end result. Give it a nice thumbnail with like a nice scapes photo where it's like split down the middle, if I can do the skills, you know. Or else I will like do the stock version and the thing. Oh, that's a bad idea. That's a way better idea, you know. Because I inevitably have a lot more money, you know, than I spend on the gradually tuning thing. So it's not about getting to the end of this fast. It's about you know, You know, I doubt that a lot of streamers is like fully through. You know, we have done some of the things, and like some people are very far and have done all of the licenses and all that. But right now, I'm doing what a lot of people are not like. I mean, a lot of people are doing, and I'm not saying other people are not doing. I'm not doing anything original here. I'm just spending the time and, you know, sharing my experience while I play the video game anyway, while I'm on welfare, you know, and not having a job. So, you know, it has been some hard times recently, but I have a good time and I feel confident, you know, after some good results in the FIA races and in daily races, and you know, I feel like I have something to say. That's all I gotta say. That was a reference to the Hip Hop Awards, where the Southside won a, you know, music history is also recent history, you know. I like to go all the way back to the start of music, and then, you know, and then I discover more some dots around all over the place, and then, you know, eventually, you know, the map is filled out, but eventually you get, like, inevitably you forget things. But that was a reference to the Hip Hop Awards, like back in, like, when it was like the East Side versus the West Side, and then someone from the South Side, you know. And when I say put it into groups like that, it's just because it's like, you know, East Coast, West Coast, you know, they had different cultures and they were clashing quite a bit, and but then somebody came in from the south, you know, a little bit out of nowhere, and won I can't remember which one of the awards, and then one of them said, the South got something to say, that's all I gotta say. And that's such a good quote. Like, and of course hip hop is like from all over the place now, you know. It might not be that hardcore gangster shit from everybody, but, you know, I like me some old school hip hop. Snoop Dogg is like one of my favorite musicians ever. Like, I really like his I Wanna Thank Me album. It's one of the newest ones. You can find it on Spotify. It's so good. And if you take the title track, it's the last track on the album. He features a lot of good artists, and he's like, it's very reminiscing on his life and what went on back in the day, and like, you know, a little bit the same feel the new Dr. Dre music have. They have gotten older and now they're like sentimental old fools, you know. That's how they feel now. Like, Snoop Dogg, one of the lyrics and one of the lines in one of them is like, and that hit me hard. Like that one line hit me. It was like, where he said he was 50 soon. Like, Snoop Doggy Dogg is 50. I mean, that's a couple of years old, so I think he's 50. Around 50, still going strong and looking better than ever, you know. And he has lived quite a tough life, you know. I know he got like rich and successful when he was quite young, but still, having a hard youth is not something you come out of easily. And it's not like pulling yourself up by the bootstraps, because sometimes you really need to. It's not like you need somebody to pull you up for you. But you need help to get pulled up, and you need to reach out to the right people. And sometimes somebody wants to exploit that your bad times and want to sell you a lot of bullshit. Go to Jeff Holiday, another very great streamer. He does like this monthly stream. Every month he does a huge live stream where he goes through a lot of like conspiracy theory clips, new things. It's not like new conspiracy theorists, you know, going on, you know, where people are trying to spread and theorize, and he's just like completely over it, all that conspiracy shit. He's just laughing at it now, you know, and he's debunking it like very thoroughly. You know, his demeanor is very much like mine. A lot of the people I watch on YouTube has very much the same demeanor as me, because I don't like people like being too aggressive and like either fake or whatever. I have a very strong bullshit detector. At least I would like to think so. If I ever do get fooled by somebody, it's not like I'm challenging people to fool me or something, or hack me or something at all. I'm just a guy with like nothing going on really other than this. So it's not like there's a reason to be afraid or anything. It's not like I'm making a fool of myself, or even if a troll comes in here and it's like becomes too much, I'll just time him out instead of like straight up banning him, you know. We're open to conversation, but like don't be too much, you know. It's okay to have different opinions, but it's not like you need to convince me that your opinion is the right one. It's okay that you have an opinion and feel like you are better informed than me or whatever, but I feel pretty well informed, and if you have some information that I don't have, and I don't know, something about an opinion I expressed, please, you know, bring it up. You know, I'm open to criticism. But that doesn't mean I have to have the same opinion as you, or you have to have the same opinion as me, because there's a lot of ways to do things. The same with setups, you know. You need to find something that works for your driving style, and the more precise you can do it for you. Like you can say, I would like a little bit more, you know, because that's a little bit more of this, a little bit more of that, a little less of this, a little less of that. You know, that's why I'm doing this. It's not to make like a long series or anything. It's just because I'm spending time doing this anyway, and I'm really enjoying the rain and all that. I'm mostly enjoying putting on some music and really putting on a long drive, you know. But if I can win this tonight, then I can go for a really long run on Nürburgring when I wake up tomorrow, and maybe put some things together, like edit that little clip where I spun and like duplicate that file and file it down and upload it to YouTube, you know. It doesn't really matter what order. Well, it does matter, because I would put in the description of the little spin, the little period, because the shorts program is pretty damn like strong. So you know, it's an opportunity, and I haven't hashtagged all of my other little clips short. Is it hashtag shorts or hashtag short? I don't know, but I will do both, because the tags is a key to like searchability, and you need to be found, and I feel like I'm getting better at that because I think more and more about it, because I come back to the same tags every day, you know, and then it's like, should I leave this tag in and should I do this? And right now I have the Porsche 911 993 and the title for you know, the tuning, you know, because it's you know, it will be likely that somebody searches the Porsche, at least Porsche 911 tuning Gran Turismo 7, you know, and I have tuning and stuff in the hashtags and stuff, so. But my beard is getting long though. It's like getting like properly soft, but it's not very well maintained, like right now. Alright, exit. We need the brake balance thing, and then we need to come back and but I don't think we want the fully customizable ECU, because that adds horsepower as well. Yet. Even though you can just turn it down to 249, you know. But I'm doing everything except for power first. That's the philosophy, yeah. At least with this build. So we can really learn what we can do without what? Oh, I have the customizable one. Damn it. Got a shock there. Like, I don't have like the LSD yet. I'm just curious, how much does the I'm not gonna install it, but how much does the oh, like it adds like, so it's like just the exhaust changed, so you haven't touched the engine, so it's still a reliable engine, you know. It's not like tuned up and like it's like still reliable, you know. It would be reliable, kinda, you know. The more you know, it's not like steering angle adapter. That would be nice. But I don't think I'm... Yeah, that's not for this build, I think. But you can take the exhaust off as well. You can change back and customize it in the menus and stuff. I will show you that later. Brake balance controller. There we go. Now we can play around with the brake balance a little bit while we are on the laps. We don't need to, that's like the traction control. You can adjust that. And in Formula 1 they actually, you know, they have the specialized steering wheels, and they, especially for them, with like, from recommendation from the driver, especially from the drivers, and you know, where they like do all kinds of things on the steering wheel, particularly just brake balance into corners. So it would be fun, like driving around, playing around with that, like if you could have the mental capacity to do that while not driving into people. But we need to stiffen up the suspensions quite a lot. Stiffen up the springs. Like, pretend it's like stiffer springs you add. You can't just stiffen your springs with like strips or anything. You need to buy other springs. The music is very dramatic right now. And also I need to get that glass of water before I start this lap. But I need, just gonna tune the car, and also I need to go to talk to a man about a horse. Whale Shark taught me that one. It's for when you need to pay the water bill. It's much more comfortable saying it like that. And now I have like two like things, you know, I can say, so people might get what I'm saying, you know, without you know that the sentence like doesn't feel right in my mouth. It's like I would much rather just say I'll be back in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever I expect, you know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, if I need to grab something, you know. I'll give a good I would like a stream overlay like Sip's had back in the day, like where he's like his face is like on top of some massive like bodybuilder, and it's like having a quick workout back in 7 minutes, you know, the 7-minute workout. Except I actually do work out sometimes, like just 7 minutes a day, like just a little bit. Just a few reps to keep the body going, so I don't get... Just so my body don't feel sloppy, you know. I don't like to... When... I like to keep it up a little bit. Even though it's harder in the winter and whatever. How's the weather up there? Car settings. Spa and detail settings. That was. We're not doing the anti-roll bars yet because also we will increase the camber after. Damping ratio, compression, read description. Allows you to adjust the firmness of the dampers in the compression stroke. That's the dampers then. Damping rate expansion. Allows you to adjust the firmness of the damping expansion stroke. That's nice. Natural frequency. That's the springs. Okay, minus is tighter. Good. Oh, so it actually gives you like a good description. Camber. Oh, that's the toe angle. Camber. Yeah, negative. We want negative camber. But we want that after we want the damping. Was it the damping ratio? No, it was the natural frequency. Minus is... Let's turn it down to 2. It's not too extreme, but it's like... And then 220 in the rear. It needs to be a little bit softer because it needs to... It gets the... Yeah, let's try that so it's not like... God damn it. $225. Come on. But that's what we're going to do now, you know. And then maybe I will, after a few laps, I will show you the brake balance. Particularly if it's going to rain, then I will definitely show you. Because then you can really see the difference. Because in the rain it's not about... Oh, and it goes down in performance as well, apparently. Why, I have no idea. But you want stiff suspension in a race car. Calculating performance. Calculating performance. And the car was $420,000, so euro, krona, credits. I'm gonna call it krona. God damn it, because actually the prices is actually quite. It's actually quite close to the rate of krona, like 420,000 for. I looked it up yesterday. They cost around like $500,000 to $1 million, depending on like many things, you know. But remember, guys, there's nothing more expensive than a cheap Porsche. You know, because a cheap expensive car is like, oh, I could get this BMW M whatever for, whoa, cheap. Yeah, that's probably, the engine block is probably cracked, that's why. And it probably has in the description, it's the seller is fairly honest, you know, whatever is wrong with it. And then people buy it anyway, and it's like just a money pit where they could, you know, save up for a little bit more, and then, you know, and now they're stuck with this cracked engine. And maybe the car was like meant to be just a donor car, and then they try to make it into their tuning car or whatever. It's you have to think about what you want to do. You can't just go out and buy the cheapest car and start tuning that. If I buy a Volkswagen Up, I won't tune the suspension at all, because that's not, I won't keep it that, you know, that's not my dream. And the Up is like, it's fairly fun to drive anyway. You know, I had driven like, not specifically the Up, but it's like a collaboration car of like, god damn it, I'm sitting with the bong again. But the Volkswagen Up is like, the reason why I say the Up and not the other models, that, you know, it's because the Volkswagen Group and all that. But it's identical to like the Seat Me or the Skoda, whatever, has one version as well. And there's a few versions out there, you know, where the body is identical. You know, that's why you're like, oh, all the cars these days look identical, you know, and I need water. 2 seconds. It's because it's a collaboration, you know, where it's like cheap cars. It's like, okay, we mass produce this body, and then you just put the badge on there, and you decide what kind of packages works for you. It's not like Skoda, for example, is like a total puppet of Volkswagen. You know, Skoda has its own thing going on with, for example, the Tour de France, and the reason they have that is because they started, when they started, you know, Skoda. A lot of car companies did something a little bit different than they do today, but still a little bit connected, you know. They started, Skoda started manufacturing bicycle parts, basically. So it's a good match. And you know, the cars are, you know, This Skoda is an absolutely fine car for the price, you know. It mightn't even be the perfect match for you, you know. We are all different, and all different, you know, manufacturers offer different packages, you know. But yeah, something to drink. Go! Alright, enough waiting. Looks to be clear. I know we don't need the full wets anymore, but you're allowed to practice on the full wets, of course, in this class, if it was to come to that. Of course, if you're a beginner and stuff, we will find ways to balance it out. It's nice with a glass of water. You could maybe hear that I had the tap on for a little bit. It's a waste of water. I need some water bottles. Like, not necessarily plastic bottles, but like big ones, like 1 liter or something, to have in the fridge. Need to say that to my mom. She's good at finding that kind of stuff, and I don't have the mental capacity for it now. You know, we need to help each other, but well, you know, looks like it's going to be dry, so let's try on a little less traction control to see if that can it's much better in the corners now, but the next thing we need to do is adjust the anti-roll bars, that's for sure, because it's way unbalanced in the corners. You know, that's what you use roll bars and sway bars for. A sway bar is like, you can see it like on the car, like, but it connects the suspension on the top, you know. Particularly, you see them installed in like, you know, a little bit more tuned cars, you know. Particularly, you see them in front engine cars, you know, where the hood can be opened, and you know, usually on rear wheel drive cars, or at least typically the rear suspension is not like, doesn't have a sway bar like that, at least not to my knowledge. But the front suspension and the rear suspension is built different on sports cars. It's very much the same, you know, from car to car, but it's you know, it's the same principle, but it's like, oh shit, very wide here, but that's not what it's, you know. But unless it's going to rain, then I'm just keeping it on this level of traction control right now, because you know, adjusting the suspension also gives you way better grip. You know, it's not all about, you know, how the car feels and stuff. It's all about, you know, the grip. I think I'm on the inside. Oh. Just about. But that's, you know, now we at least know, you know, that's the roll bars, you know, we need to adjust that to feel more secure. It's not like, then we just need to get used to this, you know, normally you would adjust that right away, you know. So we are going to do the same, because we can. And we have the part on the car, you know. But I'm surprised how little you need power, you know. I bet I could like make a 2008 Tesla Roadster pretty fast in this game if they ever would add one. Because it is my favorite car, like, hands down. It has everything I want in a car. like dream car wise, and it's not too expensive, and it's not like, I hope it doesn't go up like too much in value, like it's gonna be just some sort of rare collector's item, because there wasn't produced that many of them, but it's like, it's not that well known. Everybody thinks that Tesla started with the Model S, but they started with the Roadster. That's the car Elon Musk fired into space. That's the Roadster. And I want it in red as well, so... I mean... I did play Kerbal Space Program, so... Shit. A little too optimistic, but... it's okay. Oh, shit. I completely lost control. Shit happens. We are pushing. Wait a second. Oh yeah. Yeah, the music is fine. It's not about winning necessarily, this one, you know. The goal is winning, so... getting second is not winning, you know. So we need to set up the car so it's comfortable to drive, at least for me, so it fits my driving style. I could do that with brake balance right now, but I want to show the thing with the sway bars and stuff. Not sway bars, anti-roll bars. Because anti-roll bars completely change the character of the steering of the car. So this is just some... consider a test. They're going away from us, those clouds. Shit. It's just, you know, what direction is the... oh shit. But sadly the wind direction always seems to be the same, kinda. It's not always the same, but... you know, a good northern wind is like... you know... northern because it's now comes from... it's a northern wind because it comes from north, not because it goes north. So a good northern wind is... it's like... always on... feels kinda like... oh shit. But it is very, very much oversteery right now, this car. Especially the front. But we need to, you know, adjust things a little bit. This is by no means like going to be like the final version of this car. I'm going to... imagine if we're going to like do an open lobby with these 350 or 350 class, 650 class road tire. I will use this car because, you know, the more time you spend in a car, you know, if I would go on to a new car now, it would be like I would totally have to, you know, get behind the driving and stuff. Here it's like you learn one thing at a time with the car, you know. Oh, that's the guy I drove into before, I see. really getting to push it, and because the rear is really like, it's really firm. But it's a lot more responsive now, the car. There's also much more oversteering, a little bit tail happy. Good thing I have traction control, you know. Wow, because of the low power and you know, high grip and everything, it's like extremely nice. But the thing is, you know, when the weather is like it is, not necessarily like it is right now, but you know, in this game, you know, the AI struggles a lot in the rain. So if you can be like Superman in the rain, then you can really get a victory real fast. The wet tire is like totally overpowered, and if you like are against someone on road, like in the rain. But that's because it's a race tire, you know, it's not a road tire. They're only made to go a few hundred kilometers again, where the road tire is made to go a few thousand kilometers. Also, race tires are a lot more expensive than a road tire, you know, both to develop and to, you know, produce, but you know, also to use, you know. It's not like just because they're much more expensive that they last a lot longer. They last a lot shorter, but they have a lot more, you know. The softer the tire, the less life. So the softer, you know, sports road tires you get on, the more often you have to change tires as well. So I would just like to have, like, you know, 4 wheels and a steering wheel in real life, you know. And then I don't care if it's like, you know, taking my first car to the Nürburgring is like a fairly, you know, if that's the summer vacation that I want to do, like just one weekend in the summer, not even like a million weeks or like anything, you know. I see the opportunities, not the limitations, you know. And if I sleep in a tent, you know, just pack a tent on, you know. I used to be a scout, so not like a military kind of scout, but a boy scout kind of scout, but there was girls as well. Ooh, boy, was there girls as well. Man. I think I spent a lot when we were like at big camps and stuff. I would spend a ton of time like just talking to, you know, girls, and be like, you know, things are much less serious and much less, you know, short-sighted, and, you know, but like having like a camp girlfriend for like the week, and then maybe it becomes something more serious where we meet again, and then maybe it's not. I mean, when I was around like 14, I had like my camp girlfriend that got like, that I consider like my first real like, not real serious girlfriend, because I've only had like one in like my adult life where I've been like independent and by myself, and you know, tried to live with them, you know, a little bit for like a week at a time where it's just us, and you know, and have our own, not like we live together, but I have my own apartment. I had that, my own apartment. I moved twice. The only, we got together like only a few months before I moved from my first apartment, which was in the same building. It was just a little bit of a bigger version. So like, then like, so the setup of like my bedroom, for example, and like those kinds of things looks exactly the same. And then as fate would have it, this apartment looks like just the even bigger version of that, you know. So it's kind of like The Sims, where you have built on, except you have changed locations or something. Like, that's kind of how it feels, because, you know, it's 2 rooms and like a bathroom, you know. There's only so many configurations. I mean, one of them was on the left side of the building, but the other 2 was on the right. The first apartment would have like a window out to the street in the middle of the town. And it might sound nice living downtown. I can share a picture of downtown, you know. I won't share a picture of like specifically the area where I live, even though it's a big area with a lot of apartments, and I don't mind people saying hi to me, but you know, you want to avoid things early, you know. Prevention, you know, is better than like doxing yourself and then being like, oh shit, I need to change my number. I need to roast a cigarette while that replay is going, so we can immediately go to the tuning. That's why we're watching it. Oh, we need to get the data showing, because we're hardcore gamers over here. MLG car setups. But it's not like I'm super focusing on it right now, it's more so you have the data on the screen, you know. Instead of you're just looking at something and trying to judge it by your eye, and you can like see that I make mistakes sometimes, and you know. It's all varied, but you know, when you keep crashing and stuff, you find out what kind of behavior you want the car to not do and stuff. So now we're going for the anti-roll bars, and after that we're going to add a whole lot of camber, like maximum camber. Not maximum, like reasonable amount of camber, because what happens when you take a turn anyway is that the car rolls and the camber angle like straightens out. The car's like the way the weight distributes over the car. Again, physics of racing. Type that in and it will be in the description. Physics of racing. But like, I'm not gonna like do an independent run on like going one down on the brake balance and stuff like that, you know. It's just going to be like the brake balance is like something you can adjust while driving, you know. It's just like the traction control. But I am going to explain how it's working and maybe like demonstrating it for like a lap or two, because that's something I do understand why works, how works, and have a lot of experience with. Because you really need to dial it in some of the FIA races and some of the daily races. But I think instead of playing ukulele for you at the end of the stream, I'm going to share a song with you, the song I was talking about. It's a rendition of This Little Light of Mine, because that's kind of the saying I'm going after, and I don't know the exact wording in English. So I'm going to play the song for you at the end of the stream, at the end of this stream. And then he starts the song by playing the song, because that's the first thing you need to do when you need to learn a song. It's listen to the song, you know. And what he then does is like has like a diagram on the screen, like one at a time, because you know he's old and video editing, and you know he was old, you know. Yeah. God damn it. But yeah, control. It's not control like we thought it was all along. It's control. That's basically the commercial. That's all they want you to know, by the way, and I'm happy to spread that message, by the way, because if that's a misconception but it was like a 5-second ad. I'm not gonna go into detail about every ad and stuff. Just the pronunciation of a word that they reminded me about, and it's relevant because it's alcohol, you know, and people like alcohol and, you know, chilling, you know, and maybe you like that drink and thought you were cultured and said control, just like me, but it's control. And I'm European, so I might have a little bit of pronunciations, like control. That's the ö sound. But you will, it's the O with the cross through it, with the, not a cross, but like the line through it. Water. Oh. You know what? The closest thing you can be to be sponsored by water. Next to, of course, be sponsored by the clothing company H2O, which would be a great combination for my next point. BVT, best water technology. They make air purification filters. I've always wondered what the fuck is BVT, and is it like, where is it based? It's based in Europe. It's a European water filled. You know, there might be a lot of calcium in the water where you are in the groundwater. So it's like where I live, the groundwater is like completely. Even like in Denmark, it's completely different. Where I live, there's a lot of like water in the underground, like so much so that if it in some areas there's so much that new like little rivers and little water, springs out of the ground because there's so much water in the ground, like a legitimate spring, and then it just stops after a while when the ground dries out. And the reason I know this so well is that because my ex-girlfriend, the one I talked about before, I like to say former girlfriend instead of ex-girlfriend, though. It's a nicer term, I think. Or if it's like a situation, now it's just a little tangent here, but if it's a situation I'm talking about, or like like if we went to a concert or something, we went to some nice concerts together. I'm mostly gonna talk about the concert, but I might mention that it was the girlfriend at the time, you know. That's a good way of saying it. Like, my ex-girlfriend at the time, my girlfriend, my ex-girl, you know. It's like, that's the way I say it in Danish, at least. And in English, because I can, phrase it correctly. But if I can't swing a phrase correctly from Danish to English, I won't use it. Like, straight up. Like, but I will research how to do it. Or find something else. Somehow else to, But let's get the fuck out of here. It's already 4:15. I would like to be finished before 5 a.m. today. And that includes my my little song, like playing the song. I'm not gonna play it too loud because it's like 4:20 a.m. But I mean 4:20 is in 4 minutes, so but it's only because of the meme and because I'm streaming. I'm not normally like 4:20. Oh, not even the date. It's it's the 3rd of like settings, car settings, detail settings, and then we want to adjust the roll bar, adjust the stiffness of the anti-roll bar, which connects the left and the right sides. The higher the value, the stiffer the right bar, meaning that horizontal will be restricting, make it stiffer in the front will make it easier to understeer. Good. Okay, let's stiffen it in the front then. Let's just try the front anti-roll bar then. Let's give it like 2 ticks. Because it's very like... But the rear is like perfect, I think. It's not perfect, but if the front would, handle better, then the rear is like very good. What does it say? Does it change anything? Yeah, it actually does. It goes down. So sometimes some settings when you're like dialing it in, it goes down. That's good to know. That is not just like whenever you like do something to the suspension, it will automatically go up. So you might have a little, depending on your setup, you might have a little room here or there, like your preferences, you know. And then you can really like dial it in if you like really need to like dial in the BOP. You can like do the downforce thing or maybe the horsepower thing, you know. Like I would recommend changing to the nearest horsepower right above the limit and then going down and like I right now it's like going down in downforce for me because that's the thing I know that restricts it a little bit. I don't know what the suspension values are quite yet, you know. But I am getting really hungry, so we need to do this and then we need the camber. Shut up. But it did remind me to take my medicine. It's like some juice. Like I remember to take your vitamins and I just thought about, you know, food. So you know, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's like you know, that's playing over the music anyway, you know. Just so I might as well comment on it. It's not like I'm, especially that I'm not like saying the company name or anything. The other one was just how to pronounce an alcoholic drink. Don't think that's like a potential sponsor, you know. Control. No. I just said it wrong. See. Control. We need to be reminded. Because I don't want to look like an idiot like in 5 months when everybody knows that knowledge, you know. We correct one thing at a time, one little thing at a time, you know. You learn something every day. Make sure this is one of them. Hey, it's worked the other way again as well. Nice. I'm gonna start using that. When I say, if I say something really important about suspension or whatever, something really profound. And remember, kids, you learn something every day. How about you make sure this is one of them? And then Trevor comes knocking on my door and, well, if I suddenly disappear, I'm either dead or, I mean, if I disappear like forever, like for over a year at a time and years and years, like disappear for real, I'm either dead or I'm at some unspecified location. Not predetermined at all, with like at least 100 million kroner. I'm not saying I would commit crime, but that's a pretty high bar, you know. 100 million. They say everybody has their price, and everybody's like, I can't be bought. You know, I can't be bought. Like if a company comes to bribe me, like if I'm a politician, and it's like, oh, you said $100 million, that's fine, you know. Then you're a puppet. That's not how it works. You know, I played GTA, goddammit. It's just like, you know, a thought. I like heist movies and, you know, Olsen Band. And I might, you know, someday, if I have a PC where I can, you know, share the screen and stream whatever's going on, you know, then I might share some clips from Olsen Band, you know, just in a stream, just to, you know, because it's relevant to what I'm talking about, you know. And like Olsen Band would like, I'm pretty sure it's like, you know, it's a fairly, you know, fairly well liked property even outside of Denmark. Like it's huge in Poland and Germany as well. Oh, 423. Oh. That was a little bit too much porn, like. Oh, this one shows the all of the links to the people who made the music. I like that. Really like that. So it shows the sources, just like I like to show my source. The good old the teacher for super fart racing. And he has a channel where he uploads like motorsports clips. I will definitely check those out tomorrow, but haven't had the time today, and neither have I had the energy. Not the energy to see racing clips. I know when I get hyped by the stream by by watching Auto Addiction or something. Maybe I watch, and it really works for me, because sometimes I'm like, I just need to watch like a funny video or something like before I press start, and then an hour goes by, but the Auto Addiction is really helping at least. And you really see the difference, and it really makes you want to. Because when I see it, I'm not like, the game is open, but it's not like I'm on, I type everything in, and then I'm, when I get ready for stream, I type everything in, and then I get like, a little high, and, but it is my my goal to cut down. But like, if you're only interested in racing and what kind of like accolades you have, he shows his car and a clip of his car, like only like shows a picture of his car, how it looked at the time, and then he showed a clip of a hill climb. He had a hill climb record at the time. I don't know if he still has it, if he has reclaimed it, and what the story is. So it would be good if you went over there and supported him. He only has 2,000 subscribers, and maybe give it some live again. Maybe it could blow up a little bit. At least give him some comments and give him some love, and let him know that the lecture really helped, because it is very nice of him to make all that very, very good knowledge available for free. It's takes a lot of money to get an education like that in America, so. But he does have a company where he monetizes it a little better. But And he's so charming and so funny. He's so captivating as well. He talks in a way that at least I feel everybody can understand a little bit. At least if you are decent at English, and maybe watch it once and then think a little about what he said. You don't need to, you know. It's not an exam. It's like the folk high school method, you know. No exam, but just, you know, testing yourself. I would like to make a little bit of instrumental music as well, to play in the backgrounds of my streams, just to, you know, have something I like, you know. I don't know, scroll around in the channel as well. Right now, the channel I'm gonna post it on is called TF and Ukulele. But I'm gonna change the name to, well, I'm gonna change it before I say it. Because, you never know. I change it tomorrow morning, so. But I'm getting really hungry. And I need to eat, so. You know, that's the big thing right now. You see, it's very oversteer, or like locks a lot, you know. But let's take a few laps just with the anti-roll bars, and you know, then maybe at like lap 3 or something. You know. But it's much better now. Like it's way less understeering now, or oversteering. It's like it's tamed way more. I've really taken my time and tamed this wild horse. Don't like cut too early, like be very, very smooth when you cut in front of somebody. And but I think if we take the the brake balance like back 2 steps, that would be good. But also you need to like, the first things he talks about is like traction and traction budget, and like, you know, I think I'm gonna donate to maybe a few streamers, because I feel it like it's and like describe it a little bit, you know, but not like in so much detail, because I don't have like $100 to donate, you know. But sell it real quick and say it helped me a lot, and it's a small YouTuber as well, and he also has clips and blah 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 blah. You know, maybe $1 if I need to clarify something. I think it will be money well spent to. Plus, I left a comment on yesterday. They might see it. I commented that I post my homework on my channel, so. And it's like, I don't mean to self-promote, but I have gotten a lot of out of this for the new Gt7, and you know, because I understand the physics behind what's going on, and it feels very, very much like, you know, what he says, very accurate to what he says. I haven't driven a real race car, but like the setups and stuff feels fairly. See, I'm even like down to first gear and everything, like just having a good time. Oh, I'm up to 5, like traction control. Let's turn it down to 3. See how it feels. But we also need to like trail brake more, you know. I will explain more about that. Well, now actually. When you go on the brakes, you have a traction budget. You can only like, just like the rear tires, you can only spin those so much before they start to lose grip. The front tires has traction budget as well. At least he just calls it a traction budget, you know. And I will post the source like in the description after the stream, and I will post and keep like talking about it and stuff. I don't know why I'm on the weather radar. Oh, it should be on that one. Just in case, you know. Just for safety. Oh, shit. See, even there I just caught it right away. And I haven't tuned the engine at all, and I'm like, I won on the Nürburgring, I think, didn't I? Yeah, I got it first. It's really a rocket. At least I took a break from the Nürburgring. I have won on the Nürburgring in this, but it was a little bit of a cheesy one because I used the rain tires, and the road tires are actually pretty good in the rain as well, because you know it's not like slicks where there's like, whoa, you can see I'm on road tires right now. But in the start it feels like road cars and road tires feels like very, very, you know, it's an uphill battle, especially in the rain. But once you get like first of all better tires and then some maybe a spoiler on and whatever, I would recommend like doing a gradual tuning run like I do here. Whoa, much better through there, much better. Maybe stiffen it up one more step, and then you know, because now we have seen what it does, so now we can like adjust it a little bit accordingly, you know. Because now we, yeah, I just said that. Now we have seen what it does, so. See, now we have done 2 laps here, and especially before that, oh, we're not gonna go the front, we need to go the other way, to the back. So now the brake load should be taken a little bit off the front. See, I will be braking much better in here, I can turn much better while I'm on the brake, because the front tires are spending much less of its traction budget on you know, on braking, and much more on, you know, it has much more to turn with, and I have to see if I can take that at full speed at some point. But this car is also really good in the rain because it hasn't like, doesn't have too much power. In the rain on the Nürburgring at least it's like a beast, especially down after the straight, not down the straight, but like the corner right after the straight. Oh, I completely forgot to brake because I was talking, but it doesn't matter. We're still getting some good laps in here, you know. We're still learning. And like again, I think this long run is like this gradually tuning thing is like going to be super, you know, super good for me in the long run. Especially, you know, you do 1 lap at a time, and then you learn to push it to the limit. Ah, fuck, it's an ad. I got distracted by the ad. It was like something is talking. Is it like an echo for me or whatever? But I can't do anything about that right now. I can just talk over it and keep talking and just drown it out a little bit. You can see the rain down there in the corner, right next to the timer in the corner. There's this new white bar with something that looks like a horseshoe which is nice because we do like Red Dead and horses in Red Dead. I like the Red Arabian, not the Red, the Black Arabian, but I don't play it on the channel, at least not a lot. I might do it occasionally. Oh shit, I'm still on free traction control, but it's like way better. It's not like I'm flying around. Shit. Yeah. Now I tried like 5 traction control, and then I'm like really, confident in this car. But it is very, very close to aquaplaning right now. When you get up to like the second stripe there, then there's like no more grip left. You can see it's starting to aquaplane, but that goes back to the traction budget the guy was talking about, you know. Or I was talking about. I try to convey it as good as I can, but I'm really not as good at explaining it as he is. And I will put like, whenever I get like the stream button, whatever, I will type in like a message thing. Oh shit. This is like a lot of rain. It's not usually this wet, this quickly. But it's Spa, it has this like microclimate that's like insane. But you can see like the higher the bar is, the lower the traction budget, so you know, sometimes it rains so much that they has to cancel even the Nürburgring 24-hour, you know, and set out 24-hour races. Doesn't happen much at Le Mans because it takes place in the summer and whatever. But particularly both the Nürburgring is in an area that's very prone to rain. Oh, don't brake too hard in the rain as well. That's another thing. You can't brake too hard as well. You need to brake much softer, because again the front tires has much less grip to work with. And the reason I know so much is like can remember so much about this is because I watched it just yesterday, like after the stream, you know, just to rewatch it. But they are on road tires as well. As like this is like the road tire challenge. You know, where you like drive to and from the circuit in your little car, and it's a little bit tuned, and you know, it's not about winning, it's about, you know, coming back and tuning your car and trying it out, see how it works. But you know, if I ever get that smart convertible, it has to be like the convertible and my own. At least my own, if the convertible version seems too far away, but it seems like you just have to wait until one of them is for sale, you know, to buy. And then you can get one for a good price if you pay just a little bit extra than for normal. They're very cheap, not the new ones like the 2020 version, and like, but you can get like a 2018, 2017 one for very cheap. It's one of the cheapest ones you can get. When you do the search, it's like it's not like what I say, like generally it's what's I'm checking like the used car market for like electric cars, you know, used electric cars, you know, because that's my goal in life. I would like to not like have a combustion engine car privately, you know, if I can avoid it. and there's actually going to be where I live. There's going to be chargers now, because there's people, you know, more and more hybrids. But then there's also a guy who bought a Tesla here. So electric cars are very, very popular here. You can see now the track is clearing up a little bit more, but also the other cars have like carved a path through here. But what we were doing, like the anti-roll bar, right? And then now we have done the, like, for the first 2 laps we tested that, and now we have the brake balance, because we have experienced the brake balance for quite a while anyway, so it's not like, it's still gradual tuning, you know. It's something you would be able to do, you know, one thing at a time. But the only reason I'm able to push this car this much is because I built it up gradually, you know. Well, 40 seconds behind, like, but in the rain, it's okay, you know, you're not, But now we're gonna do maximum camber, because the guy says, like, as much camber, and then the rear axle comes into play a little bit as well. Because he says we need to stiffen the rear. He said keep the camber stiff in the rear, you know. That's very specific thing you can do. I'm close to the 420,000. I think I can do that by tomorrow's stream. But, you know, you never know what's in the used car dealership. But as soon as I win this, I will start, you know. But I'm not, like, busy winning this, and I will get back to, like, the Supra thing. And the whole single player. But I won't do it off stream, you know. It's part of the thing. But this is like a proper race car now. Even though it's on road tires, you know. But like also if you put racing tires on this thing, at least if you put racing softs, when you brake it will be like braking into a pillow, kinda. At least that's what I feel. But it's much more controllable, even though, you know, it's in the rain. But, you know, the truth is also in how comfortable I feel, you know, not as much in the lap time. But I need to take some time when I wake up. I need to go to a meeting tomorrow, so before that meeting, when I wake up, I will take some time to like, first of all, look up if I can change how to change the interior, and if I even can get that roll cage that the other 95s have, because that's required, you know. But this is Gran Turismo, so it's not super important. But I would like it, you know. Because the 911 has those really redundant back seats, and you know, putting in a roll cage instead, you know, it's not a bad idea. It's like child seats, you know. But you know, you can just have one of your children, and you know, you don't have to always have your children. And if you have the money for a 911, it's probably not your only car, especially if it's one of these. But you know, sometimes when we used to play music, at least when I used to play music, when the band, folk high school band I was in, we used to, on some songs, like we just did the MGMT, you know, Kids song. The song is called Kids by MGMT, I think it's... You know it when you hear it, I'm not gonna, you know. But in that one we would like really turn up the effects and, you know, really have a good time doing that. And then on a lot of other songs we would use, you know, there's a lot of different flavors to life, you know. It's not all just slick tires and downforce. Because this really teaches you how much you can push a road car if you really tune it right. Because here it's not like you can just, you know, it feels more like a personal thing rather than just choosing a car that you like to a race that you like. It's more like really fine-tuning a car that you like. And good thing I didn't touch the rear roll bar, just the front one. You know, it means that maybe you only have to invest in a front roll bar if that's the thing, you know. If you really feel like your car is oversteering a lot, you know. Here I did it a little bit later because, you know, it doesn't matter if we crash. But in real life you would have like, you would need quite a lot of confidence. And it's not like I'm some big, again, I would like to reiterate. Because I do sound like I'm some big shot real life, whatever you do, but you know, I like real life motorsports, you know, and I like a lot of the amateur classes as well, you know, where they have road tires, where specifically they are restricted to road tires, you know, things like that. I really like, because it's really amazing. No matter, you know, it doesn't have to be high level racing, as long as it's equally matched. Then oh yeah, here comes the rain. I totally forgot about the rain. That's the thing when you watch a replay and you're used to like watching Gran Turismo sport, then the weather really like, especially you're not like, you totally turn off your brain for weather, and you shouldn't do that, you know, preferably. So, but the wind direction is not affecting the car. It might be affecting the car, you know, a little bit, but 2 meters a second, it's not much wind. Whoa! I was looking at something now, I think. Can't remember what, but something. Nuts. No, we don't want like your edgy 80s horror dark synth mix. One enough. Let's go back to this. It's okay switching between like two playlists. It's like variation enough. Like if it's like one style you just like to have. I think that's enough because that's like quite a few hours of music. I should be done after like one, you know. Damn, that thing looks good. I think the next cosmetic thing is we will do that next stream. It's like some sort of new rims. I'm not restricting myself to like it has to be BBS race or something that I know of. I'm just gonna be open, you know. I don't judge. I only judge on. I only judge like sports cars and cars and their performance, particularly like in motorsport. If it's like a sports car and whatever, and they have a race car version and people go racing it and it's very popular, then it, in my mind, it becomes okay. Even if it's like just a less popular car that does okay in racing, you know. It gives you that little bit of more of a relation, you know, especially when you see it in real life, but also when you see the smaller races on YouTube, you know. It makes you extend into that part, you know. But like, even though I'm like, because that's like one of the things that gave me the confidence to start streaming and feel like, okay, I'm on a level where it's fine, you know. Was like I started getting like closer and closer to top 20 in Denmark in the Nations Cup. And I know that that's nothing like serious or anything, but still, there's some very, very fast guys who compete, and I have some very good races with some of the guys. You know, so we are very often in the same lobbies. You know, when you're on the same level and in the same region, and you know, those kinds of things. There's also a guy that sadly I don't really see anymore, that I hope that he would join for some open lobby racing, because he I really met him a lot just randomly in daily races. He has been on my friends list for the longest time. Never like written anything other than thanks for the race or anything really. Or maybe if he wanted to join a lobby for like some testing, so I could actually start the race, because you need 2 people in there. Whether he would, you know, take it seriously or not, I have no idea, and of course no obligations. Alright, final lap. You can now see that the racing line is like very clear. And this looks very much like, you know, what it looks like in real life. It gets like that, but I didn't know that the grip was so good after, like, that they dissipate so much water that it's just like, it just has been a light drizzle. As soon as you're outside of that, it's like you're done for. If my tire would hit like too much of the water, I would aquaplane. Of course, the edge of the tire, but also the camber would be, it's like on a road car you would put the camber like, but I imagine if you have a car where you could adjust the camber, you would like adjust it at the track, and then, you know, it's not like it takes forever to adjust the camber angle if you know what you're doing, and have some help from some very nice community, very much like our own, very much in the spirit of super fart racing, you know. Which again is not something that is like necessarily has official members. It has more like maybe some core members, but which is me at the moment, and whoever wants to in this group who wants to use that accolade, you know, because it's like loosely based, like we help each other. It's not like we are absolutely a serious team. It's loosely based, like where we just help each other and share information and do some drives together. Sometimes it doesn't always have to be racing, you know. And by the way, fart means speed in Danish. That's why it's super fart racing. So it's like super speed racing. Just before you just think it's like, it's just random fart. But like, we even have a town here / city. We call it the city, maybe, like but it's like nowhere near a city compared to what's out there in the world, you know. It's maybe like 100,000 people tops, you know, and that's a very, very generous estimate, you know. It's probably more like 50,000, you know, but it's still a big town in Denmark, you know. And it's a small country where we like to visit each other. 40 seconds behind the leader. Dang. Exit. And the reason I press exit is that instead of retrying, it's again, the odometer resets whenever, not resets fully, but it resets the thing. Oh, I hope the track circuit experience are like just in the dry, you know. By the way, I just spotted it. Main rival cars, those 4, and that's the 4 cars we get, you know. My record is 2nd here, so more camber. As much camber as we can, because we're on the track now. We don't need the road thing, you know. Unless it's, you know, nevertheless, it's used on track, not the road, this car, so it needs to be set up for that. You know? You need to set up for whatever you're doing, you know. You don't want a road car set up to race, and you definitely don't want anything to, like, it might look cool with a lot of camber and low suspension, but, you know, there's a reason why, and it's not like just to look cool and like, and then you have to like have so much camber that it's like undrivable and you can't even go over a slight bump, you know. That's not really in my mind, that's not really cool. That's just dumb, you know. I'm gonna speak straight out, you know. But if that's what you like to do to your car, and what you like about cars and car culture, because there is some crazy things out there, and I do like crazy modifications to cars. I can't say that I'm not impressed that some of those cars can even drive, you know. And it looks funny, at least. Gives some great clips on the internet, and you know, if you do like camber and low suspension, then maybe do it to a point where it's not, you know, unusable, but more like where it enhances your driving experience, because that's what it's for. It's not to just look cool, even though it does look cool. But that's because, you know, you think about race cars when you think about camber and all those things, and blah blah blah, Fast and Furious movies, blah 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 blah. And even the handling in Fast and the Furious movies, in those, oh, it's real cars and stunts, and you know, it's not. Oh, that's toe angle. We can adjust that later. Negative camber angle. Oh, so it only allows me to do negative camber. .3 and 3.3. That's my lucky number. So, and then with the 333 horsepower, you know, would be nice. That's the goal. 955. See, I had some negative camber angle, and it might get me faster, but it lowers my PP apparently. So you gotta be aware about the setups, you know. The more you set up your car, the more you might get, you know. But it's not like it's really exploitative or anything. That's not. It doesn't really look like that yet. So much better drinking water during a stream from a glass, isn't it? Other than the, so it's not like and blah, 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 and burps and stuff. Also, it keeps my appetite alive. So, and I'm really hungry. I'm hungry to do this lap as well. But I will. After this stream, I will, you know, eat while I watch the replay. I might put a little bit of relaxing music on, because rock and roll is what makes you fast, but you know, you need to calm down as well. And for that, music is also great. I know a lot about music and how it affects the brain as well. Not necessarily from also from personal experience, but I have spent a lot of time researching a lot about music and all kinds of different things about music. So that was like my main thing for many years, until I was like, I was over 18. I think I was even over 20 when I started playing Gran Turismo. Like, you know, a little bit, you know, online and really getting into it, you know. I had some single player experience, you know. I wanted to be able to actually control the car and stuff when I went into online. I didn't want just to be like, yeah, I want to go online and I want to be a pro racer. No, it's not like that. It's just been like having fun throughout the whole thing. It's so amazing, the races you get, like, especially the online ones. I know it can get a little bit close with the AI when you're like underpowered, but you know, I'm not even at 600 PP yet, and the challenge, you know, for the menu book, you have to hit 600. So I might be even able to do it under, you know. I just need to win this race. That's all I want. My record is second. So I'm really like applying everything I know to like really get the edge, you know, instead of like just giving up and going on, because this is going to be what really a really good exercise for the future, you know. Even though I'm not in school or anything at the moment, sure I am learning something. Remember, you learn something every day. Make sure, how about you make sure this is one of them? Bang. That's a good motto and a great quote. That's not completely stolen, but it's turned on its head. And I can say we can say that in like racing incidents as well. I say we, but it's because I feel like I have some very solid people in here, you know. It's not about having millions of people, you know, watching and chat just going crazy all the time. It's like I'm spending some time putting in some content that they might enjoy watching later when they have the time, because, you know, everybody has a life, you know, and we gotta give space for that as well. It's but I watch some of their streams as well, you know. There are quite a few people in here sometimes that streams, and also, you know, Cure Music, as you can see in the chat. I'm gonna check out his I'm gonna call him Cure Music because that's the channel. But I haven't checked out the music just yet. I will check it out tomorrow. Not after the stream, because I don't like to listen to new music. No, when I really need to relax and calm down, I need to know what's going on, so I'm not, my brain is not going wild over like new music ideas and all kinds of things. And I just need to listen to the things I like and really reflect over and really be like, yeah, I really like this about this song, and like, you know, and if you think about that every time you listen to a song, then you're like good to go, you know. But we advance slowly, but you know, live long and prosper, not live fast, die young, you know. Even though you can live like in the fast lane, you know, a little bit in the fast lane. One more and then I'm, you know, ready to, you know, wind down the stream with this. and play the song for you, but I will play this. I will put on some relaxing jazz after that, you know. But now we're driving, you know. Screw you, YouTube. Good thing I caught it before going on racing. But look, now it's an hour later and we haven't even done that lap. But also, like, when I listen to music, I like to do things in rhythm to the music. Like, at least try to. And it's just subconsciously. It's not like where I think really hard about it, so. Again, these early streams are going to be a lot more like about me, who I am and stuff, and then gradually people will maybe come in and ask questions, you know. But I'm not going to reveal my last name or anything, or a picture even yet. I might update my, you know what, if I win a daily race, I have a good idea to, for a, but I'm gonna keep the default livery then. Then I have a surprise for you for a, maybe a cover photo and a profile photo. At least I have a good idea. And it's not quite a picture of me, but it's a representation of me, at least, in a creative form. And it's not like avant-garde or anything. It's not like it totally doesn't look like me. I think I hit it fairly well. I made it myself, but I'll talk more about it when I update it. Oh yeah, I have a bad excuse for driving around when the weather is good. Need to buy red and white duct tape. Like, check out the color selection and ask an employee. But yeah, I have the money this month. Yeah, doesn't matter. I'm just really already kind of winding down, you know, so. You know what? I need to smoke less anyway, so. It's not like it's a long race or anything. And if I want a real car, then I need to smoke, not smoke at all. So that's the goal as well, you know, getting free of the weed, you know. I haven't talked much about that, but but that's because it's a very personal thing that I don't really, I'm not gonna share that journey that much, because it's like, I don't want to become the next Amberlin Reed, you know, where it's like a weight loss channel, and then 1 month later, it's like 2 weeks later, it's going up and down and up and down. this is a long process where I put something instead, you know. And now that I'm talking about it, I can say that the meeting tomorrow is about that, and that's why I need to go to bed after this and get something to eat. So I think that's a... but I'm gonna share that song. I am going to share that song, and if I get like nuked or anything by anyone, I would be very surprised. Wow, the camber is really working really well, you know. But I might... now I have explained what this some of the suspension part do. The suspension parts I already have adjusted. I might fine-tune a little bit while I... because the reason I haven't done it really before is because... like, between the streams is because I haven't, like, you know, I haven't been in detail to it or anything, so... I will do that a little bit between like streams, but I will not adjust the car mode tonight, you know. I will, you know, maybe wind down by myself by doing a lap of the Nürburgring, you know. It's, and then I can show off tomorrow like how it's going. It's really stable through there. Like, it's incredible what that little camber does. And you might think it doesn't help on the straights as well, but it really does help on the straight. Oh yeah, and toe angle. He said one specific thing about toe angle. Rear toe out is bad. That's all I know about the rear toe angle and toe angle right now. Like, what I can remember. But it's not like I'm going to watch it again today, you know. Maybe later this week, maybe in the weekend or something. Right now it's like, I consider it like a, not a final exam, but at least a test. And what I feel like I learned. And I feel like I learned a lot. Traction control is still on full though. I need to default it to 4 maybe, but we can experiment that between streams. We know what it does now. At least you know what it does now. It's very thorough. Because I have been to a lot of schools and learned a lot of like beginner courses of things and stuff, and it's very nice, even for more advanced racers. You might know, you might learn something along the way, you know. Wow. If I really pushes. And like, it's a little bit liberal with like track limits and stuff. Like, you know, in amateur races, they're not like as strict. But I'm already up to 4th. 3rd is right there. Only 17 seconds behind already. But I can't wait to show my dad what beast this has become, you know. I showed him a lap around the Nürburgring before I tuned. And, you know, it's it was nice opening up a little bit, you know, more to my, well, to both my parents. My dad was up here like, you know, just visiting. We had to do some stuff, you know, and my mom was, you know, she had something else to do, so. And we can break really late here because it's like, so, you know, less horsepower is not necessarily what it seems to be on paper, you know. 1:43, and you know, I haven't like checked the lap times or anything. All I have checked is like overall results and how it feels and stuff. Because sometimes it's not the raw data that oh, slight lift. I'm gonna go to free traction control so it doesn't restrict me too much. See, I can like outbrake anybody in this car. It's so insane. And again, if you want to see the whole process, it's like, I know it's a long one, but dang, have we learned a lot. And I would recommend you to do like the same process to like a car or something. That second right there, we only, I think the camber angle really did it, you know. We haven't tuned the car other than like camber angle since last, you know. We haven't even really done much other than the setup. We need to, I need to research the differential between these episodes, I think. Oh, rain. Fuck me. Take on traction control early, you know. Keep your head and you'll be winning. Push it to the limit. We might be, you know. Remember not to brake too hard when it's wet, you know. Put it all into, I think last time we finished 8 seconds behind. It was just a lighter falling to the ground, don't worry. 1:42, damn. But you can see the brake balance, it does that the front locks up way less. And now we have the freedom to like change it. I don't know, right now it's a lot of it's a lot of straight line speed right now, but as you can see, like overall we should be like catching up to the leader, you know. It's not like he's suddenly gonna rubber band like crazy. That's what I like about this game. It's not like, see, it's not about like necessarily being like a hero, even though I need a hero. Oh shit, I was thinking too much about the song. Don't sing songs, you drive the car and you'll be winning. Push it to the limit. But that's all I'm gonna sing, because now it's gonna be really intense. And even though I'm like behind second, you know, we might still be catching up like overall. But I need to research more about red driving as well at some point. We're only 7 seconds behind, so. And here in this section we can really catch up. We can really get some we just need to get on the gas as early as possible. And I still have 1 lap to like take that guy to get up to first place. I don't think quite I'm gonna get it, but next time, you know, it's gonna be a good cliffhanger. And if I magically should get it like between episodes by just getting lucky with the weather or whatever. What the weather? We're together. You know, that song's really hits hard on this. But we're catching up to first place together, you know. We're not like just fighting mindlessly over a second place when we know as Redillion is like the most important corner on this whole track, so I'm not gonna give him the slipstream though. And even yeah, he has the slipstream. I'm gonna go to the inside here, even though it's raining. But now we're only 6 seconds behind, and we still have... Oh shit. But you can see it's like a fight over, like, you know, I need top speed and stuff, but changing the exhaust after we've changed all of the getting wider tires and setup and stuff, because if I can like set it up so that I don't need horsepower to win this challenge, it's like an extra level of like you know, challenge complete. You know, people might would maybe like to copy a challenge like this, like not adding any horsepower and stuff, because now I've shown it's possible. Or at least I'm seeing if it's possible. To just get a little more confidence and get lucky with the weather, even, you know, maybe the AI is not that good in the rain. Oh shit. I'm only 4 seconds behind now, so I only need 1 second a lap, and you can see like I'm consistently going down, you know. But we need to really like take care. You know, they just have a little bit more top speed than I have, and Spa is a very top heavy, not top heavy track, but top speed heavy track. So if we can win this without, you know, just in the corners, that will be quite the challenge. But I think we got a clean race there as well. Only 5 seconds behind, so. Camber angle really gives some... it looks kind of extreme. I don't want it to look too crazy either. We didn't get a clean race, but it doesn't matter getting the clean race. The experience is worth way more coins, you know. Way more than coins. Just spending time on it, you know. The more time you put into something, inevitably you will be better, get better. But now I'm gonna find Ukulele Mike. Sadly passed away. This it will have a little, you know, jingle. He put those in. Oh, ukulele by your session. I might try that. But let's. I'm gonna turn up the volume as I go along, but I'm just gonna let the video play. It's not like that's not the song. That's his. I hope you can hear it. It really inspired me to pick up the ukulele, and I know it's like it's a little bit of, you know, it's not like super advanced music or anything. Oh, he princes. I hope you can hear, like, I will put the link in the description of the ukulele mic song of the day of or the week, if I can. But I don't think like any of his family members had the passwords to his things. I don't think he, I don't know. So, but I might write an email and just ask for permission, you know. And he's like, yeah, it's really easy, you know. He only got to 96 subscribers. 96, not 96, 96,000. 96,600. I assume that it's rounded off, but he was a really big inspiration, and he's not necessarily the most technical musician, but he is a very experienced musician, and he can surely play, you know, more advanced stuff than that, you know. I'm gonna turn up the volume when it's like, yeah. The only reason I don't put the headset on the steering wheel is like, it's because I'm listening to the noises, but more after. You know, it's not the most like thank you to Ukulele Mike. That video is 11 years old and it has 39, almost 40,000 views. So, well, we can pull him up as well. You know, he's a small YouTuber as well. He is a guy that inspired me, and even though I never knew him or had any contact with him personally, look at the camber. That's like on the 333. It's like right on the angle of what I want. I might dial it back just a tiny bit, but then again, the guy who I'm going to learn his name until before the next stream, so I can at least his first name, so I can write it in the chat consistently, so you can search the channel better. But physics of racing. I think for the whole first episode I called it like the physics of race cars, but that's what I searched, and like, not when I found the video. I found the video very randomly. But like, but you know, that's what the YouTube algorithm is, a weird thing. Not like it's an entity I pray to or anything. Oh, smooth jazz. Smooth jazz. But it's not like, you know, oh, I instantly feel it, you know. I've, you know, I'm sure people also, other people feel like musically as powerfully as I do, you know. I'm not one of those, but I'm like, I experience feelings more powerful than others, you know. It's, I kinda love the camber on this thing. Just because it's like functional camber. It's not like in GTA where it's just like ridiculous camber for the sake of ridiculous camber. But I might, now that I know how much camber, this much camber, you know, really helps the grip. I'm a little bit more open to have a little bit more camber on my. So you see, we learn something with every little upgrade. And I can't wait to tell BK about what I'm doing here. I will put her stream on while I'm eating and watching the replay. I might listen to some music while I wind down, but I will fall asleep to his. I will watch it tomorrow, or else I can't sleep. But it's it's like high priority. You know, I'm sure she feels the same way, like no obligation, just when you have the time, and if you watch it later when you have the time, it's fine. And you know, I know a lot of important stuff happened, you know. I'm not gonna go into detail, just go over to Black Knight. It's just called Black Knight. It's Red Dead Redemption, like, mostly, but there's also some Dead by Daylight, and that is like rainy music. Like, yeah. That's like hopeful. You can hear the other one. It's much clearer, and it's like, it's good that it's one after the other, but it's like raining and... But I'm not gonna go into much detail about things now. But all the description stuff is like, it's coming later, like whenever because I stream directly from my PlayStation, so it's like I only have I don't even have a keyboard attached to my PlayStation, which you can do for typing, so. But I think really getting used to this car will really help me. So if I win this race in between the streams, I will go back in the same car and I will keep the car the same and like win the race. At least maybe I will get it up to like just 600, just under. But you know, when you know how to set up the car like this, and you know, then it's easy. Now I understand why Jimmy Broadbent think it's easy, because he knows how to tune a car and set up a car and stuff. But we don't necessarily know all that stuff. And I know I talk a lot about Dreamy, but he is like the #1 e-racer on YouTube right now, I would say. So, and he does a lot of funny content, and he's a great guy, and he does some charity 24-hour races sometimes, like once a year, I think, race for mental health. So I'm very happy that he does that. You know, it's and I can, you know, because it has talked about it on stream. You know, it's not like a thing I've dug deep to find out. He has went into detail about why he does this, but I'm not gonna go into that much detail because I think you should go over there and get a real good impression of the guy, you know, because he is really funny and he has a really good intro that really explains who he is, and like you quickly get a feeling, you know, he has it down to a science, not down to a science, because nobody has social media down to a science, but you know, I'm very proud of him in a weird way, you know. Even though I don't know him personally, but he have had a fantastic season, you know, first season in the Praga, and now he's like, he got, I think, 4th. I think it was this weekend he got 4th. Then it was last weekend, I can't remember, it was sometime, you know. Time has been a little bit, you know. Maybe I will get a better sense of, you know, time and stuff. As I get more clear in the mind. But yeah, now I can really enjoy that smoking, because I was like, oh, I need to smoke less anyway. So, but I can't wait to, you know, when I win this race, I can really, you know, start just doing time trials, you know. That's also part of setting up the car, you know. That's why they do so many test laps, you know. As many test laps as they can. It's not only to gather data, but, you know, learning how the car behaves when you do different things to it. And things will not be one-to-one, hopefully, in the cars, you know. I'm not gonna exit because I need the replay for when I eat. But now I can't wait to eat, get to bed, get up, and get up early so I can get some laps in on the ring. It's a great feeling, even though it's not a real car and a real track, but it's you know, when the rain is, you know, when the weather is so interchangeable, because it's not only the rain that's interchangeable, it's also the dry, you know, when it dries up, and it's the whole thing. We only need tire temperatures and asphalt temperatures, and then we are pretty much in a sim, I would say. But tire temperature is very, 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 it's a very weird thing, you know. And most likely your tires would be hot, you know, you would be warming up and stuff before a thing like this. But like, you know, if you are hardcore, you know, but if you're really hardcore and serious about being hardcore, you would buy the rig on a PC. But the fact of the matter is, like, for the money it would cost me to switch to like iRacing or Assetto Corsa, I could go folk racing. So that's what I'm gonna do. That also, even though, you know, it might not be from all over the world and, you know, all that kind of thing. You know, some Norwegians come down and some Swedish people come down to some folk racing. I would like to go to Hell in Norway. There's like a big track up there, but it's like, you know, transporting the car and all that kind of stuff. But You know, maybe my dad, he loves doing things as well, but he doesn't always have the time, you know. And that's totally fine. Again, you know, just like with the community, no obligation. But he is engaged as a dad, you know. But no obligation to like come every weekend and stuff. It's not, I'm not like 6 years old and have a school recital, you know. I can tell him and show videos and stuff. You know, and maybe, you know, yeah, we can have like video calls and all those kinds of things. But, you know, I'm just dreaming. Just dreaming. And I'm definitely, if I soup up like a smart car, I'm not gonna like, when it's done with its lifetime, it's not gonna go for folk racing, I think. Maybe it is because it has some better, you know, suspension, and it's like a real good electric car. But I don't know if convertibles are even allowed or anything. But maybe I like the car so much that I just want one, you know. But many things can happen, and many small cars are coming out, and maybe some small convertible. Maybe Mazda makes the Mazda MX-5 ND electric version, but after D comes E, you know. So the NE would be like, if they just kept the styling but with an electric engine motor, but that completely throws off the balance and stuff. So I think that's why it's like taking so long. They really like to perfect the car, and it's like the handling is world renowned, so they're not, I don't think they're in a rush to disappoint people when they have a product that still sells and is still relevant to the you know, to the market, you know. But what I was going to do was like take a quick smoke and then turn off the stream, because you have already seen the whole replay, you know. So and I played a song for you, not myself, but it's a melody I have in my head all the time. Like, maybe not necessarily Ukulele Mike's version, but there's a lot of versions of it. It's a very, I think, you know, it's a folk song anyway, so at least I think it is. If it's somebody who wrote it in like the 80s, I'm sorry, but it's a folk song now. Even though Disney is like pushing and pushing and pushing for like every time Mickey Mouse runs out of copyright, it's like maybe it should be 10 years more after the creator's death that you should keep copyright. And I think maybe with some things, but it's also like you need to be aware of like fair use. I think there should be like fair use clauses in the after a certain amount of years, like say after the you know, so it's like it's more like the creation of like maybe something, and it's, yeah. But I can't wait to fit the wider tires on this thing tomorrow. because I think that would put down really put down the thing. But this thing is really a monster, and I haven't like put a turbo or anything. It's just exactly the same amount of horsepower, you know. I'm learning so much, especially about how fast you can make a car by just, you know, upgrading everything else than the horsepower. You know, there's so much else to racing than horsepower, and that's what, like, again, what the professor says. There's no substitute for getting out there and trying it yourself. And this is like my, you know, until, you know, I become a bajillionaire, I can't go out and race a Porsche 911 in real life and go to all sorts of world tracks and, you know, really tune it. So I feel like this is a great, especially, you know, I can't go and have like 10 different kinds of weather formations, you know, during one day, during, you know, on whatever track I want. You know, those things take time, you know, and it might rain so much during a day that it's like, that it's, you know, undrivable, and it might be so hot one day that it's unbearable, you know. And that's why I like sitting here where I can, you know. So there's ups and downs to everything, and you know. And I trust that Gran Turismo have this under control, you know, physics-wise and all that. Microtransactions-wise, I don't know, but like, so far with what I'm learning, you know, the learning in this, for me at least, over the last few days has been like 10 out of 10, you know. But the game overall is like 8.8 out of 10 for me. There's a lot of negative, but it's very, very good, you know. It's a very, very good game that I really love playing, but there's a lot of negative stuff. But I don't think about that stuff necessarily all the time when I'm playing. It's the same with Red Dead Online. You know, Red Dead Online with friends, 10 out of 10. Red Dead Online alone as a beginner, not so much. So it's a daunting task. But I will also play some Red Dead on the channel when time is. Right now it's Gran Turismo. Because that's, you know, that's what I feel passionate about, you know. Collecting cars in GTA and getting to $1 billion is one thing, but here I really feel like I actually learned something instead of just grinding Cayo Perico. And I will maybe, you know, some days I will grind Cayo Perico, maybe, and then I will do it a little bit more hardcore and for some hours and maybe make 10 million in one day, you know. You never know. Because 10 million in a day where you really grind it out, and if I don't have the need to smoke as much, then I can really earn a lot. You earn 1.5 million an hour on average if you really grind it out, and you know, so 2 hours is 3 million. You know, 4 hours, 6 million. 8 hours, then you have 12 million. And with breaks and stuff, you know, you can put like an hour of break in there and then you still have 10 million. And fucking around and stuff. But that's only because I have the time to do that. I need to, you know, kill time in between some things, you know. Sometimes you just get bored and want to play video games for like a lot of hours. Especially me, I really enjoy long gaming sessions. It might be a thing I have from like LAN parties back in late to late zeros and early tens, you know. Sounds weird saying, because zeros and tens is like, you never say that, you know, really. But like, yeah, there's all other phrasings that, you know, conveys that, you know, oh shit. There's other phrasing that can convey that, you know, that it was the early 2000s, you know, 2001, you know. Just spread it out a little bit. Word, it costs nothing to say a little few extra words, you know. It's not as mentally daunting as writing in the chat. That's what I have found, and that's why I feel like I have real freedom over here as well, you know. But yeah, I'm gonna smoke now, and then I'm gonna watch the replay while I find out how to put a roll cage in this thing, because you can clearly see the orange 95 is it has the roll cage, clearly. And it's like, you can't put a roll cage in this car. Why can't I put a roll cage in this car? Is it like the style, or because I can't build like this? I didn't say can't. I can. Sometimes it's. I will if I'm like clear on language, I will say cannot. But I can build up the style again. It's no problem if it's the style thing, where if you just have to have the roll cage and everything. But if it's some specific upgrade that I can't take off anymore, then we are kind of screwed when it comes to a roll cage. And I know that's something you should put in first, you know, but at least if you want to go racing. But this is just, you know, a little bit of driving. Touristenfahrten on track days. See it as a track day thing, you know. And you don't need a roll cage to go on a track day necessarily. But you do need a helmet. At least. Because in a race, you push way more than you would on a track day. On a track day, you just out to have fun. You know, you're not out to absolutely shit your pants while you're on the outside or something. But I am going to end off now and say, if you liked the stream and feel like you learned something, maybe you'll like just hanging out and, you know, hear some of the things you learn, maybe try to explain. If you have something, a misconception or whatever, put it in the comments. And subscribe if you want to see more gradual tuning and 100%, and I'm going all the way for the Platinum Trophy, so... And of course keeping my A rating in sports mode, so we will see if that works tomorrow. And if it works, I will do like a switch between, you know, tuning the car and stuff, because I feel like I'm so far with tuning the car already, even though I haven't won the race and stuff. It has halted the process of the 100%, you know, progress on the menu books, but I want to win all these races, you know. It's so I don't have to like go back and like have a record of like second on a lot of them. And I feel like I really did a blunder on a lot of the upgrading of the cars because I didn't know fully, and you know, you have to put in some hours and some work and stuff, and you know, really doing like just one thing at a time has really helped, you know. And if you want to see how it turned out, you know, how we started and all that, I'm not gonna necessarily go into explain everything we did and you know. But yeah, you can go back. There's going to be a playlist on the channel, but right now it's like one of the newest videos, so it's not that urgent to put in a playlist. But I will put it on a playlist maybe in the weekend, you know. So thank you so much for hanging out. I'm so astonished by how far we've come already with this car. So thank you so much for the support. And now that the song ended, we're gonna end the stream. Good night, good morning, or good evening, wherever you are. Stay safe, and don't forget, you learn something every day. Maybe that doesn't really work, but you know, I will find a way to swing it in the future. But yeah. Good night. I'm going to sleep now. No, I'm going to eat and then I'm going to sleep. See you tomorrow. Bye.